got insight. My inner compass always points me right. Obstacles fade as I forge ahead, my path illuminated by the wisdom you've spread. From the blind spot, you watch over me, giving me vision that others can't see. Though the world's unclear, I've got crystal sight. With you by my side, I'm winning this fight. No need for sight when you've got insight. My inner compass always points me right. Obstacles fade as I forge ahead, my path illuminated by the wisdom you spread. They say I'm blind, but they don't know the strength that grows when the lights are low. With every challenge, I rise above, guided by your unconditional love. From the blind spot, you watch over me, giving me vision that others can't see. Though the world's unclear, I've got crystal sight. With you by my side, I'm winning this fight. In the blind spot, where shadows and light collide, my guardian angel, forever by my side.
In closed eyes, I script my consolations. No eyes, just enough of machinations. Velvet silence hums beneath my fingertips. A labyrinth of echoes, I chart the crypts. They say sight's the compass, but I've burned the maps. Dance with shadows where the light collapses. I chase the chaos with a sonar mind. Frequencies where the stars collide. Every flow's a diamond half designed. The dark's my canvas, watch me redefine. I found myself in the blind spot, where the static becomes a symphony. Heartbeats navigate the gridlock. Scars whisper codes to infinity. Oh, the blind spot, a kingdom where the lost align. No mirrors, just the truth divine. I rise unbound in the blind spot. They try to box the sun in prison grids, but I speak in wildfires, break what they forbid. Met a soul who wore her fractures like a crown. We traded ghosts, let them tangle underground. Her voice, a kaleidoscope and braille. We rewired nightmares into iron sails. She taught me strength is just grief rearranged. A phoenix stuffed with ashes preordained. And now we orbit voids where others don't. Two hurricanes, calm in the eye of it all. We found ourselves in the blind spot, where the static builds a symphony. Heartbeats navigate the gridlock. Scars whisper codes to infinity. Oh, the blind spot, a kingdom where the lost align. No mirrors, just the truth divine. We rise unbound in the blind spot. The heroes cross the rules, but born the storm. No honor, just the raw, the unadorned. Now we orbit voids where other stars respond. A supernova's birth, both destroy and dawn. So let them preach the binary, the scene verseless. I'm fluent in the language of the unconfessed. Blind, nah, vision's just life's first lie. True sight's the birth to be the why. We win here in the blind spot, where love's braille etches forever in the sky. speaking wildfires break what they forbid. Met a soul who wore her fractures like a crown. We traded ghosts, let him tango underground. Her voice, a kaleidoscope and braille. We rewired nightmares into iron sails. She taught me strength is just be rearranged. A phoenix stuffed with ashes preordained. They try to box the sun in prison grids, but I speak in wildfires break what they forbid. Met a soul who wore her fractures like a crown. We traded ghosts to a tango underground. Our blind spot, the kingdom where the lost align. No mirrors, just the truth divine. We rise unbound in the blind spot. The hero's quest on roots, but born to storm. No armor, just the raw, the unadorned.
Fico de lado, tu joga dentro, joga com força, vagabunda, me deixa de jogar.
Yo, what it does, YouTubes, what it does. Salute to you guys and welcome in. Uh, Hope you're having a good day. Hope you guys are having a good day. Hope everybody out there is having a good day. I'm gonna have a deep, possibly at times a little bit uncomfortable conversation, but it's some stuff we've never talked about before. Well, kind of. We pretty much have talked about everything, but okay. And now, the introductions to the live streams are always the first couple of seconds. You just got to get the getting used to having the eyeball on you, but that's why I take my time and just slowly work into having a conversation. But I see somebody here. What's up, Chad? I know you like the mustache. I know you like the mustache. Of course you would. But don't disrupt today, bro. Like I'm not having nobody's BS respectfully. But I put it in the title. Everything is everything. Now that's probably not a statement that you've heard very many times. Probably not even something that makes sense to you. But right on, as you were. Um, but it's that is probably the most profound to somebody that has experienced um, a certain place within our life. And I'll just start with this. How comfortable are you guys with death? And how often do you think about it? Some people are terrified of it. Some What the hell is that noise? What noise? Is it like a fan or does it sound like a jackhammer or something? In the is it low? Because if it is, it's the fan on my freaking computer. That's really what you're going to talk about right now. You've been coming here the whole time, and that's always been the case. It is the fans. But anyways, of course, but do your job. I know what you got to do. I know what you do. Um, I have to learn how to ignore you better. But well, not you kind of help. You kind of honestly, that's why I don't ignore you because it does kind of help to ease into the conversation. Because I'm not a serious guy, man. Like I can be. My way of being serious is just being quiet. Like, but if I'm talking, I'm usually being goofy and stuff. But check it out. There's only been one other person, and salute, shout out to the word 9%. That's the name of his excellent YouTube streamer, friend of Commander Alpha Turkeys. He's the only person when we're having a conversation about death. He's the only other person to ever say it. He said it's so hard to explain, but the only thing that I can think of that's coming into my mind is the way to put it is everything is everything. And I can say I never realized it until recently that I have a stronger understanding, more comfortable, and not in a morbid way. Not in a way where I'm like emo about it and goth about it and laying in a coffin and stuff like some emo. But I have a stronger connection to death because I've seen it, or a more comfortable position with death because I've seen death so many times. I've seen so many people successfully die. And I've come very close to that myself many, many times. I've saved many lives, but I haven't seen very many people successfully live. You know? Like, I haven't seen very many people live to even what they themselves consider the highest success rate or high success possibility. So, and I'm thinking this all out as we're talking about it. The only thing that I knew when I decided to have the conversation was just what's in the title and where that came from. So I'm pretty much just kind of thinking this out with y'all. But and that's what we do, right? That's what this space is for. Now, I myself have had so many brushes with death, man. It's unreal. Like just for example, I've pretty much been to the other side and come back, and it wasn't what you would think, or to me it wasn't. To me, it was just darkness and peacefulness. But before getting to that point, you have this point where your senses are like firing off, and you're so connected to the earth or to life, or that connection is being severed or something. I don't know how to explain uh, how or why it happens, but you have this momentary, and it feels like forever. It feels like time slows down, and you're like, it's like being the most aware and awake you've ever been in your life. And you're like, man, my hands are right here, my nose is right here, my freaking face is right here, and then you realize that you're not there. That you see yourself, or you it hits you what happened, and the memory comes back, and you realize like I'm dying, like I'm a ghost. That's basically the only way to boil it down, because you don't like you don't know what the fuck how to explain it. Like nobody does. We can't even explain it when we talk about it, and we're taking our time to understand things like this. But that's basically you're like, okay, I'm dying or I'm dead, and there's my body. let's see what's happening. And for me, I was able to actually, like, what do they call it, remote view certain things. And I took it's crazy, man. I don't want to go too much into detail because it's just too much personal about my past. But um basically was able to see what other family members were doing in real time. And when it was all over and done with, I asked them, like, what were you doing when this happened? And it ended up being along the same lines. And then I remember being in the hospital and coming in and thinking, check the clock. So I looked at the clock, and then I think, check people's name tags. And I start looking at people's name tags, and I'm like, check the color of their shoelaces, check the accessories, like, or not check, but look at and take note. Take note of, and I was telling myself this in real time, like, take note of who's wearing glasses, of who has hair accessories, of whose shoelaces are what color, of who has wristbands, who's wearing a watch. Like, all these things were going through my mind because it's weird, because in a way I knew exactly where I was, and I even knew that it was very possible that I was crossing over into death, but I also knew that I wasn't going to. Like, I mean, it's weird. It's hard to explain because it was like, okay, if the doctors don't do their job, then I'm gonna stay here and be dead. But I know that's not gonna happen. So, but I have to say the one thing, because I'm watching as I come in, and we like, they take me all the way to the back, and and then I just kind of like get in this place that is like just darkness, or not even darkness, like nothingness, like not even anything to make it dark, just like emptiness, emptiness. And I'm like, okay, like literally like relaxed back into the emptiness. And I remember, like, I just remember just like breathing out and going, and like, the one thing though, the one thing the hits home when old boy said that about everything is everything, is that is the only phrase that can verbalize that experience, is everything. Like, it's so hard to explain or to put into words, but if you get it, you get it. Like, if you've been through anything like that and you understand what I'm talking about, or if you're the type of person that thinks about this stuff and questions what is and what isn't in life, then you understand that phrase, because it's so powerful when you really think about it. Like, anything that you have to say, anything that you think you have to do, like, it is important to you in your life and stuff. But at the same time, man, like, importance and non-importance is relative, and it all is happening everywhere else too. Like, it's not just us going through something. It's not, I mean, we only see from our perspective. We only are able to use a barometer of our own, but it's not unique. I mean, it is and it isn't. It is to you, but it isn't to reality. Now, having dealt with that, or not dealt with it, but been through that, and then having my dad, all my grandparents, my brothers, my sister, like, having all these people pass away, like, death always to me, it's never been something that I've been afraid of or feel like anybody has to be afraid of. I feel like I have reverence for it. I do. I have a lot of reverence for it, and I understand. A lot of people don't, though. I understand the implications of somebody passing away or yourself passing away, but it's inevitable. It's inevitable, man, and that's the part that we don't like to face when we're in the here and now. Is it is inevitable. Well, I feel like because of this comfortability with death, um, I've become a daydreamer a lot, and not even about things that are necessarily of this life. You know, I pretty much experienced everything that I've wanted throughout the physical life. Like there aren't many things that, other than like reliving stuff, like experiencing things. I don't have a whole lot of things that I haven't experienced, you know. And I'm only 38 years old. I think 37 or 38. I don't know if that's good to feel that way, but here we are. Some nice iced tea on this boiling hot day. Okay, now the reason why I went through all that is because in one of these, you see, that's the problem with being a daydreamer too, is the fact that I dream a lot. Also, I dream and I daydream, and then I live a very boring life. I take care of my family. I go to work when I can, when it's available, and then I just stick to myself, just stay to myself. What do you call it? Very boring. But between these daydreams, and when I say daydream, I mean just like getting lost in my own brain. Like I'll even be doing something with my hands, and my hands will be completely occupied, and my mind will be somewhere else completely. And like there's not moment like there used to be. It's almost like meditation, but involuntary. Like it's just something that happens a lot, and I don't know. In those daydreams, though, sometimes I think about what people said. Sometimes I replay conversations that I listen to, and then sometimes I'll dream and have the same type of scenario. And sometimes it's hard for me to like. I mean, I don't have to ever like. I don't ever discuss this with anybody, so I don't have to. It's not something that I've ever like wondered about to figure out. But like sometimes I don't know when I daydream something or when I dream something. But one of those things that, excuse me, what, excuse me, one of those things that happened in either a daydream or a dream was I heard, I don't see like this is gonna sound crazy. Um, I heard somebody relaying a message from God. As weird as that might sound, it wasn't God's voice. It wasn't an angel or anything. It was somebody just repeating a message from God. And it was a very simple message, but it hit home with me, man. And it's it's literally been on replay in my mind since it occurred. And I don't know if it happened last night or in the day, But since about lunchtime on, I've been just hearing it over and over in my head because I don't. Okay, well, and before I tell y'all what the message is, I just want to talk a little bit more about the significant, like the underlying part of it. Is I don't think that we have the proper appreciation for what this is, for what streaming, what being able to record a video and put your thoughts in real time coming from the real you on record. Like, we don't always think that people are paying attention. We don't always think that people are listening, but they don't have to be because at any point in time they can circle back and listen to it then. But because we don't feel like sometimes people say more than they mean to, sometimes people say less than they mean to. But if we had a proper understanding, which we it's impossible to have, but if we had a proper understanding, we'd probably be able to navigate all this a little bit better. But so so I take the whole I this that's just my thoughts on it. So like I take it more seriously than it may come off, but in a completely different way because I don't I don't look for validation from people or like interaction or engagement or anything in life, like in real life. But that's what you have to do here. Like, you have to be networking, you have to be pandering, you have to be selling, you have to be convincing. And I'm not good at that. Like, I'm actually good at the opposite. I'm good at pushing people away. I'm good at turning people off conversationally and stuff like that, which I don't mean to be. I don't mean to do that stuff, but it's just a part of my character. Now, the reason I bring up the content stuff is because that's on my mind a lot. The idea of, because think about it. If, let's say, let's just be completely conspiratorial or conspiracy theoritorial, theoretical, conspiracy theoretical, or whatever. And let's say you think, I think in this instance, that there are billions of other people doing exactly this, putting their thoughts and words and ideas into the system. There's billions. I'm thinking this, that there's millions and billions or whatever, at least a billion of people all doing the same thing, giving these completely organic human thoughts, putting them into the system by doing this, either streaming, live streaming, or making a video or whatever. And let's just go crazy with the conspiracy theory and say you live your whole life doing that, and then you get to a point to where you find out that the technology is so advanced that nothing you've ever seen online is real. And you wake up one day and you realize that all this stuff that you have put into the system is the basis for everything you've gotten back or everything you've seen in return in the future. Like, that's and we'll say, I mean, because this is what people say, is that's not even possible. Of course, that's not the case. That's not real. That's not true. That's not the way it works. Okay, so that's the common agreed upon answer. So My point being, should we not, as individuals, still have the same level of importance that we would have? Because think about it. If you were to find that out, your first thought would be, man, um, I would have, I would have input a completely different input if I had known how important it was, right? I mean, that's what I imagine I would be thinking was if that was to happen, and also find out that it was all just a trick. Yeah. What's up, wrestler? Salute. Welcome in. You want to come up and chat? What do you call it? We didn't get a chance to talk last night. What's up, Cake Mix? Okay, but so, and I feel like and I think people like Wrestler do a good job of giving us this message without saying these exact words, but telling us, have place more importance on what you're putting into the system. Place more importance into what's up, Charles Darwin. Salute to you. And thank you, Kick Mix. I appreciate that. So and I think about this stuff, man, and just to cut to the chase, because I don't know if Wrestler's gonna come up, but so that I can end the monologue, quote unquote. Uh, the message from God, and this is something that I will be applying to myself from now on, and it's something that I feel like is just gonna stay in me. Is And I don't know, like I said, I don't know if this occurred in a dream or a daydream or what, but he said, God allowed you to do this stuff so that you can also be a creator. And he said, you're free to create whatever you want. Just don't hurt anybody and just don't stop anybody else from creating. And it's like, well, it seems simple enough, seems like a common knowledge type of deal. But then when you really think about what that means with your behavior, it's a little bit harder to give yourself a black and white game plan on how to behave, because a lot of us are reactionary. A lot of us are defensive, and it's easy to punch back. It's easy to punch back, man. That's the thing, is you don't even feel like you're punching when you punch back. You feel like you're protecting. Like, you don't feel like it's a punch at all. You feel like it's 100% uh, deserved or just mandatory. But is it? And I'm not somebody that even I don't subscribe to the turn the other cheek philosophy as much as I know that I should. I never have been somebody that is one of those pacifist type people. But when it comes to the content creation, I think that I'm going to be taking that route a lot more because, yeah, that's a great point, Charles Darwin. Life isn't black and white. We live in the gray, and I am. It's That's a lesson that I've been having to learn over and over and over, and I mean, I don't know if it'll ever like stick with me properly, but I try to push everything into the boundaries of being black and white when it isn't. It isn't. What do you call it? You'll accept anything from somebody you love. You won't accept anything from somebody you hate. Like, that's all relative, and that changes everything. Like, that's the problem with everything, is it's all relative. Everything, man. The laws. your everything in your head, it's all relative to your own personal experience. Like the only the only guarantee we have of something being real is the ability to ask another organic, living, breathing human being if they see it too, if they experienced it too. But then it's like you're both just a person. There's no guarantee, There's no, and the Mandela effect and all this mass misremembrance and stuff that proves that that's the case. Because and I was thinking about this too, is how much you behave differently in different periods of your life. Interesting. I was thinking this. You should accept things from people who love you more than you love yourself. I think for sure uh that's a tough one right there for me. Everybody, I don't know. I don't like as much as I talk smack and stuff. I don't think I love myself very much. Like I love God, but I don't. That's a very difficult conversation for me. Very difficult. But yeah, it all depends on where you're sitting. It all depends on where you're sitting, Like when they wrote the laws, it was just a bunch of people that each had their own unique disposition agreeing on something. Like there is no established, I mean, there's these concepts. There's the abstract concept of God and of this ruling power. But the only ruling power we actually have is agreeance. Because if it's agreed upon, then nobody will be fighting it. But if it's not agreed upon, then people will contest it always. The only actual authority is agreeance. And one of the philosophers said history is just a lie agreed upon, and that's possible. People want 2 points, good or bad. Unfortunately, that's how lynch mobs are formed, and they're not right. They're just angry. I agree, and they're not wrong. I mean, like they're. You see, we should also learn to to separate the word wrong into its proper categories. Like right and wrong, wrong can be wrong in different ways. Like there's morally wrong, there is like viscerally and intrinsically wrong, like something that just repulses you or repels you naturally. There's wrong, harmful to other people, and we don't necessarily make those deviations when we think about it. But wrong is a way bigger word than, and I know they didn't say it, but that's the immediate. If you're like conversationally, the point of conversations, I feel like, is to explore something verbally that has been uh, that has been bound to just your thoughts. So, like, at least that's what I use conversation for. Is anything that I've been thinking about that I can't go out and live it, or I can't go out and force some type of experience to take place to give me the wisdom, then I'll discuss it with somebody that may have been through stuff, uh, or been through something to give them wisdom on that. And a part of doing that for me conversationally is to to visualize the juxtaposition to whatever point I'm taking in. Whether it be from you, like I'm not interested. Y'all seen how many times I've been wrong over here. I play with the ideas in a friendly way, being right and being wrong, or taking a win or a loss. But honestly, there's no such thing to me. Like anybody, I do every day. Every time I'm on the YouTube streets, I take a L. I don't care. Like it don't means nothing to me. So like just to let y'all know, like I don't place importance on that. And if like I understand why people do like play with that, but if you're an intelligent person, then you know it's better to not place any kind of importance on that because you're gonna pigeonhole yourself into not being able to take a proper look at something. Like you're gonna say, oh well, like there are people that piss me off, like Speak Easy. We get along, we're cool actually, like we're cool, friendly and shit. Until we get into a deep conversation, then we both just piss each other off. Wrestler, me and Wrestler have an awesome intellectual back and forth, but we see things from different points of view and stuff. What do you call it? To think you're winning or to put yourself in a winning or losing position is just a bad idea. Like anybody that's another human being, as long as y'all just both the same sex, age bracket, y'all in the same spot. Like y'all just figuring out life, man. Now, back when I was a soldier, there was a saying: "If it's stupid but it works, it isn't stupid." Exactly, exactly. But okay, like I was saying, and people, I oftentimes in life more than online get shit for the way that I speak. This is how I speak. Like this is me just like letting my heart speak for me. And I'm not trying. I don't try to be pretentious with my vocabulary. That's just the word. That's the word I know to say it right. You know. Uh, and I apologize if it does come off that way, man. I don't mean to, but so like I was saying, you want to. I do want to take a look at the opposite side of something. That's all that means. Is if somebody like when you say this thing is right, that immediately makes me have to look at the opposite side and look at what is wrong. At least that's something I try to employ or try to work like use in my life. But so, and I had never thought about this concept before the last year. This had never like let me see. I want to say this correctly because I don't want the wrong thing to come out. My faith in God is as strong as it ever was. But my faith that God interacts with us is very minimal. I don't think that He does. And I don't think that we have any reason to believe that He does. I don't think that He expects us to believe that He does. So, that being the case, it's almost like this. And like I don't. I okay. God ain't gonna save you. Is my point. Or God isn't gonna put hurdles in your way. God's just watching. Now, this is my own personal opinion, and I am a Christian, and I'm very up to date on the Bible and all that other stuff. And that's a big statement. I know that what I said right there could get me in a lot of trouble in certain crowds, but it makes the most sense to me. It makes the most sense to me. People always you talk to an atheist, and the very first argument an atheist is going to give you about why God doesn't exist is the suffering. I think a lot of people try to use ideas and concepts that don't work in the right situation or in the right concept. Sure. Can you give us any examples? Um, but so how people will say, the atheists will say, how can God be real when all these people are starving in Africa, when all these people are getting killed in the Middle East, when all this and the other? Well, to me, it just makes sense that God isn't engaging. That God is real, that God is there, but that God isn't engaging. So that's the reason why. I mean, it'll do you well. And the Bible tells you to pray out loud. The Bible tells you to pray out loud because what is real in the here and now is the here and now. The right now, the things that you see in front of you, and all that. And when you are speaking, it's like we talked about the curses. Who is still making that argument? Sounds like an activist, not an antithesis, an atheist. I mean, I haven't, I haven't visited that conversation in a long time, but that was one of the arguments that I would use when I was an atheist, was uh, why there was all the suffering around the world if God was real. And it's a very hard question to answer. But well, simple one. God loves me, so I'm in. Exactly. You know what? That is a great point, Charles. The two things are unrelated. You're exactly right, bro. Thank you, because I was thinking something else when you said it. But uh, excellent. Yeah, Cake Mix said it right there. Well, when simple one. God loves me, so I'm impervious to your slings and arrows. Exactly. My question is, why do you believe that God doesn't promote suffering? Well, the Bible tells us that God doesn't promote suffering. Well, other than in specific instances, the Bible teaches us that God is love. But if you do look at the black and white facts, you will see that God, in fact, not only promotes but participates in acts of suffering and violence. So I think that that's just a hypocrisy in the belief itself. But I think overall, all Christians are taught to believe that God doesn't promote suffering. Like, what would give anybody the idea that He does? Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. There are specific instances when, is that fan turning up, man? I hear that shit loud as hell now, too. Um, yeah, really. But I think there's like a common belief overall, like agreed upon, that God is love. Like I think that that's probably the most, and love isn't this and isn't that. Y'all know the whole. Yeah, that fan is working overtime right now. I hear it. I need to get a new setup. I broke my shit. My touch screen is broke, so I have to get a new setup completely. But I'm broke, so that's not going to be happening anytime soon. Excuse me while I smoke some drugs. God dog it. WD-40. Well, you know my sentiment on the word love. Yeah, yeah. We should go. I want to have that conversation with you, bro. If you have time, man, come up and talk to me about that. Cause you, I have to state, I'm not religious. There is a God. He's a kid with a magnifying glass. Ah, that I have an issue with that sentiment all the way around. But I want to talk to you, wrestler, about your position on minds being changed. And not only do I contest what you said, but I'm extending the friendly invitation for you to come and allow me to change your mind in real time. Because one thing that I can tell you that is just matter of fact is that you've changed my mind. Exactly. You said you saw the stream, and I agreed. Well, I do agree about some things, and compartmentally, I agree about a lot of things. But that I don't agree with. I think that minds do nothing but change. I think that minds are constantly changing, and they're constantly changing so much that it's almost pointless to hold someone to what they were 30 minutes ago. Yeah, I dropped the link, and I dropped it. And I'm curious, Charles, because you're not the first person I've heard say that. When you say that God is a kid with a magnifying glass, are you implicating that God has parents or well, what? Hold on. What proof? What would make you think that evolution is real? And like the magnifying glass idea, like are we like what are because there has to be leaks of I don't know, suspicion or or whatever, but are we suspecting that God just stumbled across us and decided to torture us? Like, does he have a reverence for uh humans the way that the Bible says he does? uh like what or have you is there any thought in that at all? Like what all are you saying when you say that, or are you just saying God is mean? I have questions about religion, but okay, right on. I feel you then. No pressure. But yeah, I see wrestler. You're talking to me on an electrical subnet millions of miles away, with modern medicine and science compared to how people lived thousands of years ago. It's not hard logic. That means adaptation. I don't know about millions or thousands. Um, those are both. Those see that's where my issue comes in with these with that kind of, what would you call it, equation, is like, where do these numbers come from? Because me and you physically are only probably what, like 1,000, couple of thousand miles away from each other, and the Earth is really how old, and we have what proof? And I think that people evolve. Don't get me wrong. I think that people evolve, but I don't think that we evolved from monkeys. I think that's a ridiculous notion. Simple question. Would you be a king 600 years ago, or would you be a poor dude today? Answer why. And it's funny that you say that. Man, it's so interesting that you say that, Charles. So interesting that you chose those words, because you know what I was thinking before I started the stream? I was thinking, man, Blizzy, you're a king, bro. You're a king, man. So I think I would be a king today. Nah, I was thinking that though. But I would rather be a regular dude, a million or 600 years ago, or a king, whichever one. I would rather live in a poorer time in life. Like this, the high technology does not benefit me. It doesn't serve. I mean, it can, of course. There are many ways that it does, and many ways that it could, even to a further extent. But this is not the this most would be peasants. We have more worldly goods in our house than kings had in their day. Facts. Facts. Just the stuff that makes up your computer is more worldly than all the kings. Okay, Charles says, well, let me highlight some of these so that y'all can see them when y'all watch it on replay. How far is Texas from New York? I honestly was just making an assumption. I don't know. You see, though, what I think makes up a king is a mentality. Like, I think that, I mean, and I'm not saying, of course, or okay, let me make the distinction. What I consider king worthy. So, like, I understand that a king is brought into the world through a bloodline, and that there's been doofus ass kings and stuff. But the reason why people say, "Hey, king" or whatever, when they respect somebody, is most of the time because of their mentality, because of their energy. And I think that I think there is uh, very it's minimal, and not only is it minimal, but it evaporates under pressure, like courage. It evaporates under pressure, and you will see somebody's character, like, but you see, this is something that Ressa speaks to a lot: humility, being humble. This is a testament to the power of humility. But humility works in the exact opposite way. Is it has your presence expanded under pressure, whereas the other one kind of dissipates. So it's like when somebody sometimes will have this respectable king-like energy and say y'all commit a crime or something, or I'm just saying generally. Of course, it's situational, but the average age of the Roman Empire was 20. Yeah, but I'm just saying, in my experience, people, a lot of times, people have disappointed me when being put under pressure to rise to the content of their character. Like when somebody, when somebody is saying, I live, like, just for example, I live by the street code. Hello, Peggy. Welcome in. Salute to you. I'm Blizzy Blind. I hope you make yourself at home. And don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, and share button if you feel like you're enjoying the content. But the the way I can explain it in in my life has been somebody that you look up to, somebody that holds their water. That's what we call it, is holding your water. If you don't get too shook up whenever things get crazy, if you're able to lead a group of people, if you're able to stand up, stay stuck to your ethics, don't snitch, don't this and that and the other, and then the pressure gets put on and they turn into a completely different person. And it's crazy because the person that they originally present themselves to you as evaporates, and you never are able to see that person the same way. And I've even had it happen to me, and I think I learned pretty early with that is you have to force yourself to hold your water, man. Like there's time. That's what courage is, right? Like we talk about courage in some instances, like courage means not being afraid, but having courage, it has nothing to do with being afraid. It actually is amplified the more afraid that you are, because the courage comes from facing that being afraid and actually handling yourself like as a man or as a stand-up individual. You sound like a soldier. I appreciate that. I consider myself a soldier. Don't belong to any army as of right now, but I definitely consider myself a soldier. Now, and I think that those are important qualities. I think the reason why that stuff is important, man, and it's crazy. Yeah, yeah, doing something despite being afraid. Exactly. Okay, well, salute to Wills. Yes. Yep. Yep. And that's the reason I say um humility. Like, okay, going back to what I was saying, that when you put the spotlight on somebody, when the pressure is on, a lot of people ain't built for that. Like, a lot of people can't even handle the pressure of you saying why and just listening, or you saying no and just listening. Like, a lot of people can't even handle that. The pressure of your attention being fixed on them. Like, a lot of people will recoil into what they feel comfortable with. And like, if somebody's pressing you, that's all you ever have to do to shut that shit all the way down, unless they are very bold. If they're very bold, then you might have a little bit more of a fight on your hands. But most people will kind of chill when you do that, because we a lot of times we aren't fit, we aren't built, we aren't capable of handling pressure. And humility helps. Humility it makes people shine under pressure, because a lot of times the people that are capable of handling pressure, the people that are capable of excelling or even just meeting the challenge, are the people that you never would have assumed that about, because they're not boisterous about it. But and it'll surprise you. It oftentimes does surprise you when you go to jail or prison or something, and you see like the people that are actually in charge. It's always the exact opposite of what you think. It's like whatever you think, no matter for what reasons or what you might think that you have a concrete idea of what type of person is doing what. You don't. Like, these situations change and people's real character comes out. Okay, we got a soldier in the house. Salute, bro. I'm not gonna be talking about any of that, any drama no more. Excuse me. Pressure breaks people, but exactly, Charles. What's up, my G? Salute to Storm. Welcome in. This this I feel like, and I feel like the military does a good job of this. Is it's also possible to break somebody down and rebuild them. You know, I feel like that has happened to me in many instances. There are many instances. There are a lot of times when like growing up, when people looked to me to where I said, honestly though, this is the importance of confidence. Is when you're confident, things go right. When you're confident that things will go right, things go right. When you're not confident and when you question whether things are going to go right or not, they don't go right. Like, your surety or assuredness dictates the future. Like, what do you know is going to happen? Whatever you know is going to happen is probably going to happen. Not only because you already know, or like not only like it's a fucking Ouroboros. It's a snake eating its own tail. It happens because you knew it was going to happen, but you knew it was going to happen because it was going to happen. So it's just like a sign, and the more confident, and it goes with the smallest thing, man. It goes from the knowing you're going to eat today all the way up to knowing if you're going to be rich and famous and influential. Yep. You can't break someone. You mean ethically, or you mean like? Because I feel like you can. I feel like you can break. I think that we do it all the time by accident. I think that we're constantly breaking each other down by accident. It's like the crab in the barrel visualization is a perfect visualization for that idea, because that's exactly what it is, man. Is the people that are at the bottom, that are too fat to get up on the sides and climb out, they're just gonna swing their little crab things until they pull the people that are trying to climb up down. Like, that's exactly what happens. And the more broken you are, the more you break down other people, because, like, we don't ever talk about this, but what is the importance of addressing the fact that people operate under a facade? Like, why do we feel the need to address that all the time? It's because who somebody is, like, in real life, at whatever moment, is important. You know, that is different than what we show the world. And some people are really, really good at showing you this fake image. A lot of people, not a lot of people, some people, I don't know how many, are very, very good at showing you this not broken, not under pressure, not stressed mirage that you interact with. And a lot of times we don't even care to think about the underlying stuff. A lot of times we don't ever ask ourselves, is this person hiding some kind of pain? Is this person hiding some kind of stress? And a lot of times it's the people that we love that are and we should be. You test and test and test, give people unimaginable tasks after day and show no thank you. I've seen many break. Women are, yeah, that's a fact. Broken women, man. And I have had a hatred brewing in me, man, for a certain type of woman. What I hate more than anything in this whole world, man, is a woman that will make you feel comfortable just to break you. Like to me, that's the most despicable thing on earth, man. Or almost breaking. The crab barrel concept isn't someone breaking you down, everyone else is just bad cheerleaders. Ashley's, is that what they're called? See, that's the reason why I went ham on chicks. Like, man, I was an unstoppable force. Like, you could not, everywhere I went, I was macking on chicks just to mess their day up. Like, I was, and that, I regret it, but I remember now why I was like that. Because chicks do that, and they don't have no regard for what's going to happen to you. They don't go die, go whatever. I don't care. Same, bro. Same. Honestly, I'll never give any chick a fair shot again. Penelope, salute to Penelope for being such an awesome, amazing person. I love that woman, and she's the only woman that will maintain my respect. But I'll never give a woman a fair shot again. Some people's goals in life are to break people. Yeah. Well, I don't know if they even. I doubt many realize it. I doubt that very many of them realize that that's what their goal amounts to. But I think you're right. I never realized how much hatred, like, you have to, like, no, I have to disagree with that, Charles. They believe their own lies, and that's why I was spelling Ashley. Oh, right. Not a goal, but date a narcissist. Simple. I say you should probably date more sex workers because it's the chicks that think that they're like they're. I don't know, man. It just makes me mad. It makes me mad, dude. It makes me mad. Very mad. Yeah, messed up people. People that are messed up in their head. If you have that's yeah, like if your goal at all, if any of your goals has to do with somebody else having something bad happen to them or somebody being brought down a notch, no matter where you think their humility lies, you're a dumbass. You're an asshole. Like, it's never your job to humble somebody. It's never your job to worry about somebody else's fucking position in life like that. Like, and people think that if it's a response, it's always warranted. No, bro, remove that. Like, we're incapable of doing that. Like, I was brought up like that, so that shit comes naturally to me. I never, when somebody says, "Hey, blind, you did this," I never think, "Well, you did this." Like, if when I was a kid, I'd get the shit smacked out of me if I responded like that. It's like, no, you answer for what you did. We'll take care of that shit separately. What did you do? And we're incapable. Like, everybody's fucking response to what they did is, "Oh, well, that person did, oh, well, that," like, dude, that there is no accountability at all. It's crazy. It's wild, man. But I see it more and more and more. Like, people do it in many ways, though. I disagree with the humbling part. Sometimes you gotta step in. I mean, you see, though, that's one of those concepts that it's better not to vocalize, because as y'all can see through my actions, I believe that. I believe that that's true. But I think that you truly have to have a connection to God, or to life, or to the earth, to understand when those moments are. And it don't even need to be discussed. Like, there are times when you see that somebody has hurt somebody many times, and you're in the very unique position to teach them a lesson, and it's called for. Like, I understand why you do it in that instance. There have been times when I've acted in that instance, but it's still not okay. It's still not the best uh course of action, in my opinion. Like, it's not our job to be. I used to, like, I'm realizing it as I'm saying this, but it's not our job to act in karma's behalf. Like, I know it feels good, and I used to say that a lot, that I was just doing karma's dirty work. But that all that does in the long run is minimize my character. Minimize, because a lot of people in life and on the internet, I'll say it like this. This is just my perception. Is, if somebody is wanting to be perceived as good, most of the time they have the desire to be good. And when I say good, all I mean is minimal hurting other people, and commonly understood ethics. Like, morals to the side, just purely ethically, and not hurting other people, because, like, morals are a lot more individual and stuff like that. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. That's exactly the point. Is that it will, but it is tempting as a human being. I understand when Storm says that, because it is tempting when you have that only shot. And I've been in that position, that exact position, to where it's like, okay, this person doesn't ever get humbled. This person's ego has run out of control, and they think that they're untouchable. Um, they're not going to let very many people in the way that they have me. I'm the only person that's going to be able to teach this person a lesson. The bottom line is that if that person isn't ready to learn that lesson yet, man, all you're doing is putting a blotch on your record. Like, if that person, because you can put that person through that, they're still not going to understand or internalize it the way that you wanted them to until way further down the road. So it's almost like as if you're voluntarily giving up your goodness for nothing. Because what do they say? What that when we pass the uh, Saint Peter is going to be there with your book of life, and he's going to be saying, "You did this, you did that, you did this." Now, do you really think? Do I think? I have to ask myself this. Do I think that he's even going to care what my reasons of stuff were? Probably not. It's easy to reason away anything. Like, that's why optics matter. Because when somebody says, "Why did you do this?" What are they asking you? They're saying, "Hey, tell me what. Give me your perception so I can see if I'll adopt it or not and be on your side." Because that's what everything being relative. Like, if we made it a point to understand that everything we're seeing is relative, then we might be able to understand our interactions a lot better. What do you call it? I've come to that understanding. Like, I'm gonna do what's best for me and my side, no matter what. And when I say my side, I'm talking about my side of anything. My side of the dinner table, my side of the culture, my side of this conversation, like whatever, like, and that's gonna be my, like, I can't. There's no way a person can possibly do what's best for everybody all the time. And if you think that you can, or if you think that that's what you're achieving, then you are mistaken. Because everything that we do is framed in a two sides battle. Like, and it's stupid, and we would be better off if we could just eliminate that idea from our brain. But how do we do that? Like, this is the reason why politics operates the way it operates. Why everything has politics to it, man. Everything. Yes, Sea Cake Mix got it right there, man. That's the main point. And I wanted, like I said at the beginning, man, the phrase "everything is everything." Like, how do we appreciate the outside world and appreciate ourselves to the best and highest degree, is the question. And I don't know the answer to that. I don't even have any ideas on it. Because everything that we've done in this life, everything that we're gonna do, everything that we could do has been done. Now, the degrees may vary, and you might do it to a higher degree. You might do it to a further degree or a better degree. You might be the prettiest one to do it, but mostly everything has been done. But that does not take away from the importance of you doing it yourself. Right? Now, everything, well, don't sweat the small stuff, but some people make the small little shit. Yep, that's true. Fair point. Everything matters. Yes, there are things that matter more than others, but there aren't many things that don't. That's actually a really good point. That's actually a really good point. Hmm. And I apologize if I'm not responding quickly enough. I just sometimes like to just think about something for a minute. But this is a really good point, man. And as a person that doesn't let things affect me very much, very often, I immediately, excuse me, I immediately, and as a person, like I said about the conversation tactics earlier, want to look at the other side of things. I ask, does everything really matter? Like I'm asking myself, and my thoughts on that are, if your brain has taken the time to think about it, or if an outside source has taken the time to reveal it to you, then it does probably matter. Like like Wrestler just said, some things may matter more than others, but if it is something that you can conceptualize, then it probably matters. But yes, don't let everyone affect you and keep on keeping on. Yeah, it is what it is. Life gives you lemons. Squirt the lemon juice in and mud up his eyes. Facts. I read something once and I'll never forget it. Nothing matters very much, and very few things matter at all. You see, look, this is a perfect. This is why everything is everything. This is this this illustrates my point to the perfect degree. Because look at what Wrestler just said, and all the ways that I can find to frame a statement to you guys back that agree with it. But at the same exact time, I feel the exact same way about this statement. Now, how is that possible? Is that a contradiction of my character? Does that make me a fickle person? No. It's because, like I was saying earlier, the two things are simultaneous. There is the thought of me, and then there is the thought of everything beyond me. Not even just the thought, the existence. There is the me, and then there is everything beyond me. Oh, we got Wrestler here. What's up, Wrestler?
Not much. What's going on, Blind? I'm just working on a few things in my office. So it's literally crazy right now.
Chilling. Did you hear what I just said about Charles' statement? What do you
I
think?
yeah, I see what Charles' statement is, but honestly, it depends on how you're looking at things in life. Because if you're thinking of things as just being solely about you and you have a not care attitude about everything around you, then of course you can run into that kind of sentiment. If you are aware that you have things that you wish to obtain in life, then you understand the very three things that I say to people all the time. Life is about choices, trade offs, and of course, other people. If nothing mattered, then people don't matter. And if people don't matter, you're not worried about obtaining anything in your life.
Well, well, first let me just say hi to what's up, due diligence. Yes, I am a thought. I'm a thoughty thought. Salute to you. But okay, and my bad, Chad, if I start ignoring y'all because now I want to engage with Wrestler.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to ignore the chat because I have no
No,
problem
that's
talking
usually
to
the
the chat.
way I do it. I mean, I want to be right here, present in the conversation. I'm just letting them know. But okay, so how many people do you think, or is there anybody? Is there really a single person that doesn't want or aspire to absolutely nothing.
I don't know one single solitary person.
So like the people that because I agree with you, and I think the people are fooling themselves when they say they don't care. A lot of times, what do you think about that?
Most people do. And this even conversation I even had in my own previous stream. Like a lot of people live in delusion because it makes them feel better.
It's the default position for
It's okay to like even if you're hurting, it's okay to tell people that you're fine. If somebody listen, people know it even when I walk on my job. Do not ask me how am I doing if you're not ready for the answer. Most people lie and say I'm fine, and their whole world is burning outside of that job.
I do.
In fact, their world could be burning within that job, and they'll still say they're fine.
Is that I mean that's the way it's always been. Is there any reason to believe that the things could be a different way?
Absolutely. You know, when you even say that's the way it's always been, it's that's not actually the way it's always been. That's just the way how most people are trained. Is that like that for everybody? Of course not. I ran into plenty of places where people are chipper and happy all the time. And the way how I even got to this kind of mindset, I'll tell you about this one woman. She would be happy all the time. It annoyed people how happy she was on a consistent basis. You couldn't say anything to her. She was happy. She was encouraging. She did all this stuff. Behind the scenes, though, her daughter was on her deathbed in the hospital. This woman, one day, the mask slipped, and I actually caught her upset. Like there was this one woman that was in the. She could. She's like, there's no way she's that perfect. There's something got to be wrong with her. She was looking for reasons for things wrong. And one day, the mask slipped, and I just saw her like sniffling in her cubicle. And I just say, hey, is everything all right? And she told me shit, right? The woman that was looking for something to be wrong with her, once she got the information that she looked for, that this woman's daughter had been in a terrible crash, and that woman's daughter has a fixed time on her life now, still sitting in the hospital. But this woman still goes to work on a regular basis, happy, chipper, being positive. Because you know what she said at the end of the day? I'm very upset that I'm going to have to bury my child. But at least I'm happy that I had these days left with her. She could have just been snatched away from me altogether. And I'm like, God damn. But people will try to take you down if you're happy.
Absolutely.
Do you think that woman bothered her afterwards? She let maybe about a month go by before she turned around and tried to tirade her on something else. But she left the daughter thing alone. Some people are not happy unless they're miserable. And some people are not happy unless they can make other people miserable.
Why is that?
They're trained.
Is that training or is that like
Well,
something in somebody's
all right.
school?
Here's a great example. Fine. Could you tell me what is the opposite of misery likes company? The opposite.
That happiness likes solitude, or that happiness hates
Where
solitude.
where have you? I've never heard that before. Where have you heard that from? How well is that preached?
Nowhere.
But I think everybody knows that misery likes company. I think everybody has heard that misery loves company.
And the
But
opposite
what's the
would
opposite?
be happiness despises solitude.
Now, how often do you? Not even how often. If we ask other people that, do you think they can actually all say that happiness loves solitude?
No, despises would be the opposite, but it even makes sense. That's actually a solid
No, no. But my point
happiness
is, but,
hating solitude is a solid.
but you're thinking about it. You're thinking about it. That's my point. You have to think about what
Yeah,
exactly is the
nobody ever
opposite.
says that.
It's not immediately a reaction, but if I said misery loves company, everybody's heard that.
Yeah,
A lot of people cannot say that they've ever heard the opposite.
but what
And that's a training
from where?
from how most people are cultivated throughout society. Most people are trained to look for negative side effects, to look for the worst
Where though? Beginning from from
from
TV.
from your parents, from TV, from school. It's a part of society. It's a part of the human condition, to be honest with you. And keep in mind, it's not a bad thing. It's quote, a survival mechanism. You're supposed to be cautious of bad things around you. Unfortunately, no one teaches you that not everything is terrible.
And we're seeing the bigger implications societally now that we're able to see the world on a macro level too, right? Like
Yeah,
now that we have the internet to be able to like kind of look at things from a further perspective.
I think that most people have taken the internet and instead of finding more reasons to say that we're more like than not, more people have found a way to say how cynical the world is and how we should all view that.
I
No
agree.
one, a lot of people are not inspired to say, look, life survives. Look, there's way more coaching than what we thought it was. And look at all the things that we can adapt from. Instead, it's like we just choose the most basic of things that we've all done through human conditioning, which is look how different they are than we are. We need to do something about
Complain,
them.
complain, fight, and recoil into solidarity or solitude. That's like what we're conditioned to do.
So Hood which said something in the chat, right? Happy because you mentioned solitude. Hood which says happy is loneliness. Why? Why? Because most people who I run across that mention happy, you know what they mention? Time with family, time with friends. That doesn't sound like loneliness. But you've mentioned solitude, and Hoodwitch said loneliness. How does loneliness and solitude can always equate to happiness?
No, well, the opposite though would be that it hates solitude, which makes sense to me. Like
But
happiness
what my
doesn't
well,
want
my
to be
question to
alone.
you was, what was the opposite of misery loves
Yeah,
company?
it
Yeah.
would be that happiness hates to be alone.
The point I'm making is that most people think about things very cynical. And when they find people,
Yeah, I
like
agree.
most people would think about this. If I find someone who is miserable, right? Hmm, we would think that we need to separate ourselves from them. That would be the logical thing to do. Most people say, no, I'm going to be around this person and try to bring them out the funk. And what happens? They actually drag you in because now you spend extra energy trying to make them feel better. And they spend double the energy refuting your fucking shit. This is the reason why, in a negative circumstance, if somebody says something very nasty about you or negative towards you, it has to take 7 more people in a positive aspect to change that negative feeling that you've had. It is easier and ingrained in training us to hold on to negative effects than there are to cultivate positive ones. That's proven studies.
I mean, it makes sense. The whole thing, all the way around, makes sense. But it's like my first questions are: where does this? Is there any way to pinpoint where this happens, or where the genesis of this mentality is, so that we can address that? Because without knowing, if people just say, "Well, it just
It's
happens,"
hard. It will be difficult to pinpoint because it has been throughout the majority of human history. I will say this much. Not that I'm advocating for it, not that I'm congratulating them for it. The one thing I will say that the current age, when we have like the Gen Z culture coming up to try to cultivate positivity, was when they said give everybody a participation trophy. Now it made people soft, but it gave more people confidence. False confidence. It's not. I'm not saying it's healthy, but it put more people in a positive light.
but didn't it also make it harder for the actual standouts to separate themselves from the crowd?
No, no, the standouts still got trophies. Unfortunately, but it also, but I said false confidence. It also made those who were less deserving think that they were equal to those who put in the most work.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Because if they get the same trophy, like it makes it harder to identify the standouts, and that's what I feel like is the only thing that's really been accomplished by the whole participation trophy nonsense. Like the true standouts in any given situation now are like, and everybody thinks that they're a standout. Is the actual issue?
I,
Is
I
the
think, I think there was a time. Tom Hanks movie. I can never remember what it is, right? But I remember the line where he's like, um, I think he was like, it was like he loves baseball or something like that. But he was
Oh, the
basically
way he
saying, that,
coaches the chicks
yeah,
with.
the part that makes it hard is the thing that makes it great. People are not
Yeah.
they're not taught to embrace difficulty and be accepting of it. You know, even when people talk about karma, right? If you have a lot of nasty shit that's happening to you, you should be fucking gleeing at the fact that you know on the back end you are about to get blessed. But people are not taught that. That they should embrace what's difficult because that means on the other side it's going to be better than they ever expected. Now, even if that's not true, no one's even taught that.
You're right. No one even thinks about it. Like it's something that is a very valid point that should be thought about more often for sure.
Yeah, here's the only thing that the quote internet has done. It has put a spotlight on the human condition to do what it's already been doing. It's an amplifier, just like money. Money doesn't change you. Money makes you more of who you already are. The
Yes.
internet did not change people. The internet made people more of who they are. So if you were already a dick, congratulations, you're gonna be more of that. We didn't have to see the internet come up to the way it is now, where we can all talk to each other across seas, to say that most of us are selfish. The human conditioning is the first survival first of all things.
As well as should be. But people should never even be shamed for that, bro. Like in my opinion, that's a lot of what our issues come from misplaced shame and not understanding what is actually beneficial versus what is optically beneficial. Because a commercial will come on TV saying, hey, Prop 75 has fluoridated, and this is just a fucking way super random example, but super random. The example means nothing. I'm just think of the model that I'm talking about. Fluoridated water helps you with this, and that. And somebody will like the commercial so much that they vote that with no thought of how the water affects their personal existence. We need to have more of an understanding that we live in our body, not on the internet, not not in the group.
Good luck to that one, because most people these days do exactly what I've been saying for almost 2 years now. Most people, at one point in time, we used to be able to get on the internet the same way how we got on TV, and then we were able to. Oh God, I got a fucking mosquito in here. Anyway, uh, they we were able to turn off the TV and go back to real life. Now, now, everybody tries to drag the internet into the real world. Now we try to drag reality TV into the real world. We make the internet more important than our actual lives, than our actual families, than our actual friends. Everybody's now keep in mind, look at it this way. Reality TV, reality, I'm doing air quotes. Hold up, let me do it this way. Reality TV is full of people who are scripted characters. So now reality TV makes people in the real world script out to be characters. Their friends, their family, everybody. They're all scripted characters.
Excellent point. Excellent point. Well, okay, that's a great point, bro.
And this is that falls on my acronym of fake. Fake. False advertisement killing expectations.
Damn. Damn.
And a lot of people are fake.
Yeah.
False advertisers killing expectations.
Which you shouldn't have expectations, or you shouldn't have reasonable expectations, you know. But that makes sense. It checks out. But and okay, check it out. This is the reason why I feel like some of these conversations are circular. Like I do this for catharsis. I do this for myself. I do it because I enjoy the conversations. and I hope to be able to benefit outside with the knowledge I gain here. That's what I could. That's the position I stay in when I come to the internet. But what do you call it? A lot of people look at it backwards. Like Danny is a good example of somebody that will sacrifice their real life for the way it looks here. That's what you're talking about, right?
Well, I don't know much about the Danny guy,
No,
but
no, but just that concept.
it's a symptom of how we look at things now. Like a lot of people would rather stand around. You know what's so funny? Look at it this way. It's a great way for me to put it. This is about people. Do you know why there happens to be many traffic jams that happen on the highway?
Because work
It's
like
not it's not because it is not because of the crash that happened. It's because so many people slow down to see what happened. That backs everybody up.
probably, yeah.
Most people want to sit there and see other people's misery for their own enjoyment. Most
Yeah,
people are trained that way.
but I think that's too cynical of a way to look at it all the way around, because I agree with that, but I don't know if that percentage is higher than the percentage of people that are just looking because they never seen anything like that before.
No, people see it. People see it. People think that's the only thing that's entertaining because we were told that conflict, to be honest, that's really what it is. Conflict is entertaining. The problem that we have, the medicine and the candy that struck with a lot of people is that it is hard to package a valuable lesson within conflict.
But hold on, you say that we're taught that, but I
Yes.
gotta I gotta push back on that a little bit and say that that's kind of just the way that we are.
No, no, no. Most of the world is not. Most of the world is not running around being Jack Bauer. Most of the world is not running around like WWE stars.
No,
These are all issues of conflict. The only way to build a good story for yourself in the life is to have conflict.
well, the only but okay, there is no movie that, like just a testament to the fact that we're drawn to conflict for entertainment. There is no movie or TV series or show or book that doesn't have a conflict.
But hey, why? Because their books and every. First of all, that for one, that's not true. But the most popular books are the ones that can only have conflict in it.
It's a part of the framework to write a book. Is
There are plenty of motivational books that get a lot of praise. There are a lot of money books that get a
maybe, but
lot
any
of
narrative
praise.
driven book is going to have a conflict or
Well,
movie.
I love the fact that you even put the most crucial part of that, the narrative. Now, keep in mind, if the narrative was there was no success without suffering, I'm all for it.
Well, hold on, because narrative means multiple things. Uh,
Sure, but that's why I made the clarification. If you're going to make the point that if the only way to get to enlightenment is to go through suffering, I'm all for that.
no,
Hold on.
no, more just that I think I think there's a part of us that likes to see other people. Damn, I didn't even realize this until I'm saying it. But part of us that likes to see other people go through stuff.
Sure, but there's also different reasons for that. Before I would have me coming up in my earlier years in my 20s, I would have said that most people want to see other people go through the suffering because they love to see a hero story. They like to see someone
Overcoming.
who was at the bottom. They like to see the underdog, someone who's at the bottom and bring
Yeah,
themselves up.
I agree with that.
Or they want to see someone who brings themselves out of struggle because they find that character relatable to their own lives.
Yeah, that's a big part of it, I think, because we strive and we want to see that it's actually possible to actually accomplish that thing. But what other narrative?
So Charles Darwin, that's not even something I can entertain because I don't know of any civilization that never had religion. They all pray to something.
Yeah, and we that's the reason why it's important. Like we don't even know that a society without religion it could even exist.
Because here's the thing: to have a society that doesn't have religion means that they always came to the conclusion of something that they couldn't understand.
Facts.
Religion happened because that people run into eventually a wall, something they can't understand. So therefore, they have to prescribe to rationalize by prescribing to something to say it was out of my control, and here's the reason why. That's their resolution. Here's the reason why: because it was out of my control. Because this is the thing that did it.
And it's interesting to note the fact that they almost all came to the same conclusion that it's better to minimize harm and not to lie and not to steal and stuff like
Try-
that. You know?
to put it plain for Charles, how do I explain the rain that I can't control? Easy. Make a rain god.
Yeah.
This is why I say the most basic characteristic was having this conversation with somebody some time ago. They said the most basic thing for humans is to be evil. I said, no, no, no. The most basic thing for human beings is to be curious.
Absolutely.
Even to their own demise, human beings are curious. Human beings, the reason why we got this far is because we want to know everything. We want to
Yeah.
understand everything. And if we don't understand everything, we will use a placeholder for some people, religion. For some people, religion. We use a placeholder until we can later understand it.
Yeah, well, and some people need a placeholder because they don't understand religion yet. Uh, but or not religion, but God. I'm not gonna say religion is factual. God
Well,
most.
well, they'll use God. Religion just means that there's more people who are like you thinking the same way.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. But I don't because I mean I do contest 99% of what religion is, but God is my answer for all the things that I just can't possibly ever see an answer to,
Right.
and that's a
And if you're in
choice.
a religious sect, they would all say the same thing.
Yeah,
But if there
possibly.
was a religion, where our religion is to war, that's what we're gonna do all the time. And I'm gonna find like-minded
See,
people to do that.
that's a testament to the validity of it, if you ask me. Because if that was conducive to human evolution, like you brought up earlier, if that was conducive, I feel like the religions would have all landed on that at some point. You know what I mean?
So, uh, Charles Darwin said, if you read Mayan, Aztec, or Viking stuff, would you read it? I have read some of that stuff.
Viking stuff is
But
way more war
and keep in
based.
mind, and I love it. Don't get me wrong. For all the way from the Icelandic and everything, I love it. Um, now you said, oh, would you read basically Harry Potter? And I've read Harry Potter. Here's the thing. Here's the thing that makes the biggest difference. The biggest difference. This is the caveat. Is easier for me to relate to Aztec and to Mayan and to Viking stuff because I have no proof of reference ever in my life about magic being done in front of me.
I think that's backwards.
No, I am more likely to agree with Vikings who I can say have a history and have artifacts and everything that's been proven that they raided, that they pillaged, that they've done whatever, they've taken lands. That
When
Mayans and Aztecs who have built things that we can still see today. But can you tell me,
when
have
did
you
you do all that?
no, no, no. But can you tell me any time that you've ever seen anyone point a wand and you've seen shit happen?
Hold on.
All right then.
But you
Now
that
I didn't say I would believe in their gods, but I can see statues of them. I can see books and tomes of it. I can read and look at the places that they raided. I can see the tribes that have gone, the tribes and even the religious sects that have gone to war with them over
yeah,
the
but
lands that they've been in. The things that
just
the
the
Aztecs and the Mayans have built, I can go ahead and see those things, but I cannot see any books that will ever help me construct a Crucius curse.
there's plenty.
And who has made it work?
I mean,
You have a better chance of me actually getting away from Houdini's magic than anything that comes out of a Harry Potter book.
I just find it hard to just based on the contemporary language of Harry Potter versus the archaic language of
Charles
writing.
Darwin said it. He's making a good point.
No, you are. I just think you're backwards on the point
How?
because
I'm
because
to something that's literally that we can translate back to being factual versus the thing that we talk about, but we have no basis in fact on. It's literally a book.
no, but you're pointing out one tiny aspect of the whole book, and
Oh,
that
okay, fine. When's the last time you saw a hippogriff?
but you're giving me tiny. Like, you're right. I agree, and I've never read Harry Potter, so I don't know. Like, is it? I don't know if it's that extremely different than. But I thought he was like supposedly just like a normal kid.
He Charles, if Charles would have stumped me more if he had said, "Let's go back to the what was it, the second, maybe the third Ninja Turtles movie, the one with when he went to Japan, where April O'Neil goes back in time and she said that she was a witch and she shrunk those guys into like a fucking headset cassette player back in the days."
I'd seen it, but I was
I,
little, so
I would have been like, you know what, Charles, he might make a point. He might make a point. If I was big back in those days, but maybe I might have believed that she shrunk tiny men to sing for her forever and a little headset. Maybe.
Well, didn't you when you were younger?
No, I grew up with technology, so I already knew what it was. When I came up, only vinyl records and 8-track tapes were a thing. And when I say 8-track, I mean in your car, big ass tape decks that go in your car. Walkmans didn't come out until my age of growing up. Walkmans came out, and then CD players came out, and then MP3s and whatever else.
Yeah,
Well, people used to have milk crates of music in their trunk because
I remember that.
that was the only way to play inside your car.
Fucking 8 tracks everywhere.
Yeah.
But okay, but that to the side. You didn't believe in magic still?
No.
Bro, I had all hopefulness taken out of me very young, but I still believed in magic.
I didn't believe in magic. The same way how I am about the theory of magic is the same way how me having the theory of where was I going to be in life. If I knew I could conquer magic, I know I'm going to be corrupt. This is the reason why I decided not to be a doctor. This is the reason why I decided not to be a lawyer. Because I know I'm going to be a very nasty practitioner.
Why?
I just know I just know my spirit given my background in the homes that I came from.
But is that an act of selfishness or an act of retribution or
It's an act of not having power and now doing everything to take it.
okay, that makes sense. Not healthy if you realize it, but it makes sense.
It wasn't healthy for Voldemort, but he did it anyway.
I don't know who that is. For
He's
Harry Potter,
the main antagonist of Harry Potter.
Okay.
He's the reason why Harry Potter is still alive.
Okay, interesting. Very, bro. So many concepts in my head at once. Okay, but I'm not positive about this. But when Charles made that comment, I don't think he was necessarily talking about what you were talking about. I think it was a commentary on how those were, at least the Vikings, were a religion of violence, like versus what we're talking about. Because the Vikings believed that if you fought all your life, went to war, and died in battle, that you got to go to Valhalla, which was like a super huge, uh, like a fucking
Sure. Tell me
goal.
how that was different from Persians, and tell me how that's different from a lot of the Islamic faith.
That's
Today.
what I think. That's the point that he was making.
But I can say that I can point to this is the point I was making on his side. Because if he had mentioned those, like I just mentioned the Islamic faith, like I just mentioned the Persians, two things that I can actually point back to say that these things existed, I can never go to Harry Potter and say it existed. Never.
You can say they existed the same amount.
No, I can't. Because you can't tell me, okay, Okay,
The
you know
same
what? You know
is
what?
left
Hey, blind,
behind.
blind, blind. Here's a good way we can just settle this right now. Can you book me a ticket to Hogwarts right now? We're gonna take a field trip.
Hold up. What's up? Penelope? What you doing? What them
And, you know,
kids?
bring Penelope along. Yeah, Penelope, we're gonna go to Hogwarts.
Nah, salute. Welcome in, Penelope. I hope you're having a good day. Um, no, but hold on,
No,
because
no,
that was my
we're
question.
gonna go to the station, 5 1/2, 3/4. We're
But
gonna
yeah,
go take the train to
you're skipping
Hogwarts.
over. You're skipping over my whole point. My whole point is the same amount is left behind for both a book.
No, it's not. Because we have evidence of these other things left behind. We have no evidence of anything left behind in the Wizarding
What?
World.
There's a same amount of evidence for Harry Potter as there is for the Vikings.
Hey, Charles, do you believe in that? Do you believe that there's a lot of evidence still left behind for Harry Potter's world? Wait, in fact, we can start with this because we have history for all those other things. What's the history of Harry Potter? What are the other artifacts? Are there museums behind? How many museums that have been cultivated? Is there a MoMA? Is there a MoMA exhibit for Voldemort's wand or something like that? What about the Death Watch? Are there any memorabilia still left behind? You know, for hundreds of years? Because you know the Wizarding World and Harry Potter has been around for hundreds of years. So is there memorabilia around? You know, is there a museum? You know,
There's a
in
whole
Europe?
part when you bro when we get 500 years from this time, people are gonna be like, shit. Uh, this thing from this theme park or like nobody's.
And wait, in this theme park, that first word is very important.
There might
Theme,
be a Harry Potter religion.
theme.
You can't. That's. Hold on. I just gotta address this real quick because my mustache makes Penelope all hot and bothered. So salute to that. But yeah, bro, it's the same amount because like it's all you have to use your imagination for the Vikings, just like you do for Harry Potter. Same.
No,
What? Okay, then prove to me more the like what?
I'm not. First of all, I'm not going to make your point for you.
No,
I
because
literally said that you can go in. You can literally go to museums and exhibits, and you can see prices, artifacts, and everything that has been all from all their time. Tell me where you can see that for Harry Potter. I'll wait. Show me something antique from Harry Potter.
in Disney World,
Disney has antiques, really?
I don't
For
know.
Harry Potter.
They have the proof. There's like a Harry
Uh huh.
Potter
I can
museum.
literally go down. I can literally go downtown and go to the Harry Potter store. Everything is still brand new, made from China.
So could the stuff
Oh,
like
sorry. It's probably Istanbul.
your burden for proof though is a lot more lackadaisical than mine, bro. Because
Really? Wait, you think that history is lackadaisical?
I think the proof is
Wait. The proof that is there are literally artifacts still sitting up in museums today.
until I see them. I don't believe that.
Hmm. Oh, Charles, you said it's China. It might be China. I could have
Like
swore I saw something in Istanbul, but
like
you might be right.
to me though, an artifact ain't even proof of it though.
The
Like
artifact's not even proof. Wait. If that's the case, then you can just if the artifact is not even proof, then you can immediately just say the people never existed.
there's no bro, the
No,
artifact.
you can stop right there. If the artifacts don't exist, the people never existed.
I no, I didn't say the artifacts don't exist.
You
Because
said
if
the
you
artifacts
show
don't
me,
exist.
no, I said that this is my point is that that's not proof of anything because you could take an autograph, you could take an artifact from anywhere and apply this black like that's just proof that that artifact exists. Like if
So
I show you look,
we don't have historians, we don't have
look,
authenticators, we don't do
but all,
carbon
bro,
dating.
all
None of this
this
stuff
shit is
matters.
a circle jerk back around to each other. If I was to have started off the stream by saying, a wise man gave me a vape and give y'all all this backstory on why the guy was so wise and why he was so credible, and then be like, and this is the vape that the wise man gave me, that's not proof that wise man
I
existed.
would be looking to authenticate it. How many? Because a wise man does makes more than one product. So
No,
that
but you're missing
what
my
where were
point.
the other babes? Who were the other people that was able to authenticate this vape? How long has he been doing vapes for? Was there a vape? Was there a vape guild that happened? How far does it go back?
But you realize, if I was to get Penelope to say, hey, yeah, he really did need a wise man, he really got me.
Oh, look at that! He's trying to rope you in, Penelope.
No, I'm giving you. I want
Don't
you to.
co-sign this shit.
I
Don't
want
you
you to.
dare co-sign this shit.
I want you to entertain the idea. That way, you can see it from my point that nothing word wise can actually tie this back to that wise man. Like all this is proof is that this exists. It isn't proof of the
Holy
wise
shit!
man.
How did you ignore everything I just said? If I literally said there are artifacts, spears, banners, flags, everything that can tie you back to where that history of that came from, how is that not proof?
Because you're not
But can you tie back
considering.
any history that goes back to Harry Potter?
Look, see, I got the
Thank
co-sign.
you, thank
No, because
you.
what you're saying, what
That's the point I'm entirely
you
making, and you keep trying to obfuscate. Like
you're
I'm
no, you're obfuscating. You're missing. You're purposely missing my whole point because
no, not at all. I'm
I
literally
know.
answering the way how Charles gave it to me from the get go.
I mean, I already lost. I already moved on from.
No, you can scroll up. You can see it.
Uh,
You can see it.
because I don't see how you completely skip over what I'm asking you. What do you
How
call
did I
it?
skip over? I literally answered it several times. Because
Okay,
history is the teacher of all.
so then you, if somebody
History is
tells
the
you,
teacher of all, is it not?
hold on, slow down. If somebody tells you, hey, this is authenticated, that is enough for you to, in your mind, know that it's true.
No. History is because there's more than one thing of it. Do you know that when Japanese smiths made blades, they made two of a kind?
Who is that, or what is that
There's a
mean?
history. That means that even when one is found in battle, even though it's badly damaged, you can go find the original that it was made with. It's always a twin sword.
Now
That's
you see,
history.
now that is an example of how multiple things can prove something,
I just finished saying a whole bunch of that
but
stuff.
you're not actually giving me, because you're leaving too
Even
much
when you
room.
said the vape, I said, how many vapes did the man make? Did he come from a
Okay,
guild? Where did he learn it from? I said these
but
things.
okay, and I accept that. But do you not understand that from my point of view, from where I stand, I still now have no like that's like you. That's what's crazy is the
Hey, keep in
acceptance
mind,
of.
hey, Fine, keep in mind, and this is the reason why it's impossible to change a fixed mind. Thank you.
But, number one, it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea to
No, it's not. All I've done is
fine.
answer Charles's question, and you're stuck. You don't want to move from your point, and I'm like, I've literally said everything I needed to say because history's the best teacher. Because why? It exists throughout history. Harry Potter does not. Harry Potter does not have a history.
Harry Potter has the same amount of history right now as any
As
religion.
what? As the Vikings, as the Aztecs, as the Mayans?
As any religion.
No, no. As any religion? Oh, chat. Y'all need to talk to them. Get your mans. Get your mans. Get your mans.
It does, bro.
Get your mans.
Because anybody who says that it doesn't is making a.
Get your mans. Because that's literally what he just said right now is that J.K. Rowling is a goddess.
No, I don't
She
though.
made Harry
Oh,
Potter. She made Harry Potter. That makes her a goddess then.
I'm a Christian,
That
bro.
makes her the Alpha and Omega. She's the religion. She's the god of it.
No,
She
because
made
what you're
it.
doing,
He just
you're
said J.K.
masterminding.
Rowling.
Hold on,
J.K. Rowling is a goddess then
you're
because she's the
you're
one that made Harry Potter. And if it has just as much backing as the Aztecs, Mayans, and Vikings, and it's a religion, he literally is just saying that
no.
J.K. Rowling has to be a goddess because she's the one that created. You know what? I
I get
create
it.
life. I create everything. J.K. Rowling created Harry Potter that he's defending, by the way. So J.K. Rowling is a goddess.
No, that's you're maximizing.
No, sir.
Hold on,
No. I
let
love
me
how I can tie it.
respond. Let me respond, because you're maximizing her existence when my intention was to
Harry Potter
minimize
wouldn't be around without her
the
existence.
existence of the ruler of these religions. So you're actually doing the opposite. I wanted to
How?
minimize. I
Would
wanted
Harry
to,
Potter would Harry Potter be in existence? How could Charles
bro,
Darwin
you're
mention Harry
changing
Potter
history.
without
My
the
point.
very author of it?
My point is very clear. My point has
First
nothing
came
to do
her,
with
the author, like God.
my
First came
point.
her, the author.
You're moving the goalposts, bro.
No, I'm not.
My whole point is that there is no more proof of those things than there is of Harry Potter.
There is. And you know what you need to do, Blind? You need to respect her Patronus. She made the book. She did everything. And you need to get on board with that.
Wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me do
Wait a
it.
minute. Hold fast.
Are you really saying that Harry Potter could possibly be history when it's literally classified in the fiction section of the library?
That's not what I said.
When
No,
the author
come
when the
on.
author wrote it, she
You could
classified it
maybe
as fiction.
assume that. That might be an implication. I might have implied that, but that's my point. Is this that's an implication that comes with the point. I get that. The point I was making is that when you read a religious text, it's just no matter how much shit it can tie to in the physical life, bro, it's still just a text. There's
Yeah, but
now-
there's a degree of
Blind, when we were
believability.
talking about there's no blind. When we were talking about that, we didn't simply talk about religion. He said the Mayans, the Aztecs, and the Vikings. And I pointed to artifacts, literally in history, that says these are the things that they did. The tomes, the writing, the books that they had, the places that they fought, the places that they were conquered, the places that they were defeated. I mentioned all this stuff, and now you just gonna talk about religion? Don't you do that? Don't do that. Don't do that.
I was thinking of it in a religious aspect, but we're talking about the Vikings, which is a culture. Which I was thinking about the religion when I said that they die and go to Valhalla.
It's a culture. The Viking. How are the Vikings any different than looking at?
Because you're moving the goalposts.
No, I'm not. Because I didn't even say what.
Established-
How are the Vikings any different from any other people who have culture, who've
Let's
gone to
just-
war?
Okay, then any
Who
society.
have gods?
Any society with these overtones of ethical or moral implications. What do you call it? So any society that had a set set of rules. What proof do we have that they existed, bro? Physical, that you can tell somebody, hey,
Artifacts,
this is a reference point.
banners,
No, not
tomes,
just words.
books, history of lands that they raided.
Specific
Archaeology.
references.
Archaeology.
Those that don't mean that. Your art, cars, houses, just
Cars.
What specific artifact can you point to?
Spheres. I
Runes.
said spears. I said spears. I said tomes. I said flags.
Okay, what spear?
What more you need?
Which one? Where can I see it?
Vikings,
Where do I
and
see it?
Aztecs, and Mayans. All three of them.
Where did-
All three that Charles Darwin mentioned. All three.
Where did the runes come from?
This is a perfect example of how people get indoctrinated without asking.
Where did the runes come from?
my Jesus.
I'm asking you.
Okay, so they came from a Viking culture. Yeah.
Thank
Runes.
you.
Literally.
What's the reference point? If I wanted to prove this to my chat, what's the reference point?
I mean,
Well, the
internet
main
is
thing that I just
forever,
finished
so
saying
let me look
before
it
you
up
even came on, Brick, the main thing I already mentioned, it's called history. I
Yeah,
mentioned
yeah,
museums.
there's
I mentioned
historical-
archaeologists. I mentioned
historical
historians. I mentioned authenticators.
archaeology itselong. Yeah.
I literally said all these things, and he's still on it. I
Nothing
said,
specific.
is my mic on? Hello?
No,
Is it-
what? You need
Hang
one
on.
specific answer.
Uh,
Like I can give better answers than what y'all are giving me. 'Cause
Well, you
it's
haven't
like-
given any answers. You've only given questions.
because I'm not gonna answer my own question.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
I want y'all to do the work. I want y'all to tell me why.
okay, so you want to be told. Okay, that's fine. So the Vikings were actually not even really originally called the Vikings. They were called Goths. Like
Okay.
when it like back in Roman times, right? And then later on, after Roman times, after the Roman Empire broke up, then it became the Goths, or I mean the Vikings, and basically the Norse.
By the way, yeah, the Norse. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Norse as a Norseman. Like the Norse they will put up there as that.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of the inspiration that came from goth culture actually comes stemming back from the Vikings.
Literally, it just literally moved right into the American culture.
Hey, by the way, Blind, that's called history.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's very good example you gave us, because goths are a real thing that we can identify in life. We see emos all the time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even today they still do Viking reenactments.
Oh, you know what's so funny about that, Brick? To mention to Blind right now, the same way how in Japanese culture they have people who only specialize in making tattoo art.
Yep.
That was actually known very well
In Viking
now,
culture.
and so all those areas that what we do right now, the way how even tattoo smiths conduct themselves in a lot of places are is exactly the same way how they did it in the Norse time.
It was actually originally as branding, but then the cultures realized how cool it looked and started branding each other, essentially.
Well,
and
check
it's really
this out.
what it is.
The
It's
reason-
slave
the-
branding.
The reason I think it's important to make the other point that I was trying to make is, I think the question we need to ask ourselves when we're looking at proof is, how difficult would it be to fake this? Whether or not conspiratorial position to the side, bro. Whether you believe in conspiracy theories or not, it makes no difference. We should ask ourselves, how difficult would it be to fake this? And if all it would take is showing this thing and attaching somebody's expertise to it, then you're a lot more malleable and open to influence than you think. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right. So, like, let's take, for instance, JFK, right? Who actually did that, right? Now, they say it was this guy that they have, right? But then a lot of people don't believe that it was that guy. So that is a great example of
Well,
a
and
conspiracy.
now the history has already shifted to the point to where we understand that it probably wasn't even him at all.
Well,
Okay,
it's not.
but
It's not a probably. It's a good possibility
but
that it
here-
was him.
But here's the thing that I am linked on, right? Whether it's the possibility that it was him or it was somebody else, the thing that gets on me is that it happened, and history has shown through consensus how we form history that it happened. Which is why even when Charles Darwin says, well, technically speaking, they only lived for 300 years, but there's still 300 years to say that they existed. Can we say there's 300 years, 200 years, 100 years, 50 years of Harry Potter? The answer is no.
I mean, that's enough. 300 years is enough for basically 6 generations, essentially, especially in those days. I mean, you could actually go probably further, more than 6 generations. So if they were in existence, then, there would be a good probability that there's definitely evidence, right? So either writings or archaeology, so on.
Islop Shop, are witches real? I can't tell you. I can tell you that I've definitely met people who have proclaimed themselves to be witches and even Wiccans. So
Witches are real.
witches and witches and Wiccans, I've definitely run across them. They got fire punani. I just want to let you know they got emotional damage, but just letting you know that. So take
about right.
take it as you will. But have I actually seen them cast any magic? No. Have I heard them say a lot of shit? Absolutely. But have they actually done anything that I feel like I've seen myself? No. And I'm still trying to disprove one of them many, many, many years later.
I've seen adequate amount of practice, like, to say I believe that they have something. There's something to it. But let's go back real quick to you see, I don't know which one is more beneficial, to look at it from the way you're saying or mine, like the way I'm saying, but I don't trust anything that is beyond the oldest human being.
Which is who?
My
do?
measurement is around 100 years. My
Well,
measurement,
100 years?
yeah, well, because you start
Well,
losing
again, who?
shit at like
Who?
70.
Who is that? And
Is
do
it
you know
Adam
them?
Eve or is it Nuck Nuck?
My
Who
grandpa
is it?
my grandpa lived to that age.
Well, here's the point on that
So
is like, so you say that you'd believe the oldest more believable before you believe the books. But here's the thing. You've never met the person, but you've read the books.
no, my grandpa lived to be 100. That's I could
Is he
very
alive today?
no, he's dead
So he's
now.
not the oldest person alive
He's
today,
not
right?
the oldest person.
No, I'm not saying this. Are you retarded? Are you what you
I'm going by what
No.
you said.
Yo,
That's what you're
wrestler.
saying.
Do you
You
want
said
the
it.
oldest? Do you want the oldest person in society or the oldest person I know?
The oldest
That's a
person you
fact
know,
announcing. I
that's
stay
fine.
ready.
Okay, the oldest person you know has to be alive today, no, or
So you
somebody
think
that
I
you
know, you think
somebody
I
that was
know,
alive that you knew.
You think I know the oldest person in the world? Or
No,
That was
I'm
part
trying.
of your question, though.
I'm trying to qualify who you're talking about when you say the
Right.
oldest person.
That's why I
I'm
said
talking-
who.
Well, I just told y'all if you're talking about personally, then my grandpa. If you're talking about societally, the people at the nursing home that are 100 years old.
And then comes into question, how much did he tell you?
I mean,
Especially
told
on
me-
things that he would know nothing about.
My grandpa
if
was
he-
a sniper for the military, bro.
I'm saying though, look, here's the thing. You're talking about Viking culture. How much would he actually know about Viking culture being
That's the point.
exactly right? So how much could you actually take from him, whether the Viking culture is real
You
or not?
see, that's what's detrimental about y'all's point of view, is because you're right. I agree with you, and my position is I don't believe it.
So then
Dude,
we couldn't
dude,
believe
don't
anything
burden-
that's written in history ever.
If there's not a point of reference for me that has been alive in my lifetime and that point, no, I don't believe it.
So what happens when we get into the day of the Jetsons, when everybody's driving flying cars and got all these robots doing everything for us, and we have absolutely no point of reference for what literally was 20 or 30 years ago when you and I grew up? Then those kids are never going to believe that the things that happened during our times when we were
No.
literally just running through the woods and we'd splash through puddles, those kids won't believe that.
No,
What's a puddle?
because-
I don't believe it.
No.
I don't believe it. Puddles aren't real.
No, my belief system allows me to extend a courtesy. The suspension of disbelief, bro, is I basically this is the way because I think there's two systems for belief. There is a operational system of belief that you use to interact with people and discuss
Okay.
things, and then there is a personal, private system of belief that you use to formulate your positions in life. Period. And I understand how you can accept one into one and not the other. So, like, I understand the value of the equation. Like, I can give you the math,
I would. Okay.
The-
I get what you're saying.
the
I get what you're saying.
historical facts. Like, I understand that that's what the commonly.
I would say that that's not a beneficial system because you are literally being a put on. You are not expressing what you truly believe in that system. If you are literally just putting on a certain type of belief, but then inside you really believe something else,
But that
it's
system
going to show.
isn't there for your expression. That system is there.
Oh, absolutely it is.
It's a formulaic thing that works for society's optimization. It isn't there for your expression. Really isn't. Doesn't matter to that system. That's why That's exactly why I sectioned that other little belief system off, because.
So I would say that there are things that it might be beneficial to not tell people, but that doesn't mean that you don't believe them.
But I mean, to the people, what difference would it make if you do or don't?
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. Why should you care what they care about your belief?
That's why I say you. That's the personal. Like I deal with that in my own time. But
So I would say don't hide it, but also at the same time, you don't need to express it like on every single level because quite frankly, it's not
okay,
necessary.
Okay, and I agree with that. But the conversation has moved. Let's go back to the point of history. Are you saying that you trust history happened exactly the way that we're taught?
Well, not the way that we are taught, because here's the thing: you have your experiences, I have my experiences. I've studied certain things that you haven't studied, and you've studied certain things that I haven't. So there's no way that we can have a comparison. It is contrast.
But if it's historical, then by the nature of what it is, that would mean that it's probably a shared belief, right?
Well, there are things that I probably have studied and looked at and go, okay, that's sensible, that's truth, and then turn around, it's actually not. And in those cases, I actually have to change my mind. There are plenty of things in that context.
So how? Okay,
So
then
even myself, you
how
know,
many things do you? What percentage? Let's say we're taught 25 different things a day in
okay,
school. What percentage of these things do you think are accurate and true
you're referencing historically.
historically?
I actually wouldn't be able to put a number on it. Ultimately, because there are definitely gonna be things that are not historically accurate. Um,
Give us a
But-
ballpark estimation.
but I'm gonna say that it's probably a small number.
Wrestler, your thoughts?
Not too much in this one. Not too much, but I do say that like I said, history is in fact the best teacher. We don't see enough things pretty much dating back as to the thing that we're looking for, then it's gonna be an issue. I think a lot. I think the problem is, I think a lot of people that they make up a lot of shit.
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. And I asked Brick, how much of history is made up? What do you think, number wise?
Well, okay, it's going to be hard to say number wise because I
Right.
haven't been around for the dawn of human history, or I would sneak in a lot of wrestlers great shit happening throughout
Right.
human history, but
Yeah.
so I can't really do that. But even the biggest joke is like, when we say history is like his story. So history is
Right.
remade by those who are the victors.
Yeah, and here's another thing, that the losers don't write history because they just don't have a pen. It's not so much that they don't write history because all of a sudden now the victors are always destroying all of their documents. No, the losers literally just don't have a pen. Otherwise, they would write history. That's why when we move into the common era, we're actually seeing more of the losers' side of the history.
Do you think that's going to change the future? Or do you
Oh,
think
sure.
it's changing the now?
Tech, yeah, with data, yeah, with data, right? So electronic data, we can store that, and so everybody's day
So
to
you
day is being
understand?
logged.
Okay, thank God, bro. I didn't think you were going to understand what I meant by that. You
Yeah.
understand what I mean by that. And it's shaping the fucking temperature of our society, right?
100%. Yeah. So like now I will say that more battles were fought in bulk with like massive amounts of human beings in the battle compared to what it is now. When you see a battle, it's like, 4 or 5 people running into a building. I've gone over this before. It's the history of battles it's not fought the same way as it was, 5,000-6,000 years, 600,000 years ago, where it was literally battlefields, and then you would have skirmishes, and then of course you would have feuds. But that policing that takes place nowadays prevents the types of battles that you would have seen that many years ago.
Well, we see a lot. Well, this is the problem with the technological age, and this is the reason why I feel like it's important to have that understanding that what you're seeing or taking in historically is probably inaccurate or untrue. Is the We have to rely on an outside source for some of these concepts or some of the news on some of these cases. So, like, my immediate response was going to be, we see more violence in house than we do in other cultures, but I don't even know that to be factually correct. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah.
here's the thing. Here's the thing about everything. We really don't know if anything is factually correct. And the truth of the matter is that we will never actually know that because the majority of the world is based off a consensus. This is the way how we do a lot of stuff. History is based off consensus. What actually took place revolves on the fact that how many people are actually willing to keep up the actual story that actually exists.
Well, and that goes into the point of legacy too. If you want legacy, you've got to write it down. If you don't write it down, you won't have legacy.
There are things that it is detrimental to leave up to the consensus when it comes to, because that's the problem. We have meshed our personal existence with the consensus, and too many people rely on the consensus for a default position. Like that's the good thing about operating the way that I do, is the fact that I don't ever have to worry or ask the consensus because I rely on my instincts. Y'all don't feel like it's turning you on?
Here's the thing. So here's the thing about what you're saying, and I'm not gonna disprove anything you're saying because I can't, because they're your instincts. The issue is that you're basing everything off your instincts, with you giving too much credence to think that your instincts are absolutely correct. Your instincts are based on your personal perception. That doesn't mean that your perception of the world or even what you're thinking about is accurate.
But what do you mean, as to what degree? Because I'm talking about self-preservation, and I protect myself.
Even for self-preservation, there have been plenty. For example, when it comes to surviving, there have been plenty of people who drank water that they thought was clean without knowing all the other
But that
aspects that go
means
in.
nothing. That's irrelevant.
Well, that's like laying down because the officer said to. That's not always going to be a beneficial thing. Depends on which kind of officer it is, right?
Correct.
So there's a nuance to that, right?
Well, not
So
even that, so for
can't be
instance, I ran into officers that told me that you, like, in a public space, you can't record me. I'm like, bitch, what are you talking about here? You can't record me without my permission. But again, if you are not trained enough, which is why your intuition may not be enough, because if you lack information, your intuition will also fail.
Yep.
That's the point that I'm making.
Yep. Pick and choose your battles on that one. And instinct, while it may serve a purpose in certain instances, as far as intuition, that's actually a better word for it. Then it may have you prepared for a situation, but to just rely on it, that's probably going to get you in trouble.
Then I'll give y'all that much. I believe in engaging with the information. I don't think it's valueless. I don't think that it is useless, but I don't think that you should let it formulate who you are.
Just the intellect is what you're saying? Just your intuition? Just
the consensus.
Just the consensus. Right. No, absolutely. Actually, that was the point that Resla was making last night with his topic was, that people are going to go along and then they're not going to change their mind because they're stuck on whatever they're stuck on.
They're afraid to get any change. They are afraid to change because it means that they really don't know who the hell they think that they've been selling to people.
I agree with that.
Yep. And so it's got to be both, right? Use your head and use your intuition as well, which I would say that's kind of referenced as your feeling, right? So if you want to go, religiously, that'd be your heart, right? Or whatever,
Let me put it this way. I'm laughing. I think about it in real time. I was just thinking about this guy way back in the day. Are you a ladies' man? Because let's just say every 3 to 4 months you have a threesome.
Shit, that's pretty good numbers.
Oh, that's pretty good. What if we find out that you pay for that threesome? Are you still a ladies' man?
No.
Oh, that's my point. A lot of people will sell you on the fact that they are a ladies' man because they have threesomes, but they won't let you know that they actually paid for it.
Right.
Fair point. I'm a ladies' man because of the mustache, but
hey, Penelope, how you feel about that?
she likes it. She said I look like the flesh mechanic, whoever that is.
So I don't want to get off the topic. In fact, I want to bring it back. There was something you guys had mentioned earlier. You kind of were both agreeing on it, I believe. Something about the hero that people want to see, or people are used to seeing the hero
Oh, conflict. Yeah, we're talking about conflict.
with
in Western
conflict, right? So it was something to the effect of that it's, people are wanting to see the hero win, right? I would actually argue that the reason that people begin conflict is because they want to see the hero lose. Because they're so used to seeing the hero win that now that they have the opportunity to get in there and they find an individual who says, "Oh yeah, I know about that. I know about that. I know about that." So they'll come on up and they'll say, "Man, you're an idiot. You don't know nothing." And they'll, go down that rabbit hole. And it's conflict because they want to see that person who is being hero at the moment. They want to see him lose.
Do
I
you know
think
what's one of my favorite series that I like watching?
Heroes.
It's the Star Wars series.
I like
Because
heroes.
it's because for the majority of that show, the bad guy wins.
Yeah.
Because the
Yeah.
bad guy
I
puts
was,
in
ju-
work.
I was just gonna say, is that a marker of how everybody wants to be a standout in society?
Listen, people want to say that they relish in the idea of people being on the light side and following the rules and be able to make it. But let's be honest, when you look at the entire franchise of that movie, from the prequels to the originals, to what, at the end of the day, the bad guy was the one that put in all the work to get to where they were. The heroes were the ones that just got fucking lucky.
Yeah,
They
but
weren't
why?
skilled. They weren't skilled. They got by on luck. Lucky information, lucky by having the right teacher, the last teacher, by the way. Like they
I
were lucky.
wonder something.
I feel
It-
like everybody just wants to be different. Like everybody, that's the reason why
Here's
they
something.
see the hero win all the time, and they're like, I want to do the opposite.
No. Here's
Here's the thing
something.
about it. It's not even about hero winning. They want to believe that good conquers. That's the
Well, the-
narrative that's being sold by Disney, that good conquers. When the
But
truth of the
that's
matter is
the
that
undertone.
when
'Cause
the,
there's the-
here's the undertone that nobody looks at. That you're gonna have to do some shit that makes you look bad in order for you to get what you want.
So this is the point that I'm trying to make here. So being relatable, right? So that's what a story does. It tries to make it as relatable as possible, right? So
Great.
you'll see a movie where they try to make the bad guy relatable. They did this in was it Impossibles or one of those Disney movies? I can't remember which one. It was one of them like that, and the bad guy was relatable. They
They're
wanted
called
you
anti-hero. That's what Batman is.
Well, yeah, but even Batman's not relatable.
right. No, Joker is though. Joker is
relatable.
right. So when they do that, it's because what they're trying to do is they're trying to get into your psyche to say, hey, even you as a bad guy can be a good
I've
guy.
only seen the Dark Knight.
no.
but I've
Oh
only
no,
seen
he's
the
absolutely right.
That's
So
not
for-
relatable.
No, it absolutely is relatable. If you follow the comics like we do, as many origin stories as the Joker has put up for himself, everybody follows the one classic one, the one that we've all naturally
The
agreed
dude with
upon.
fucking question marks all over himself.
That's the Riddler. Jesus Christ.
Oh,
We're talking about the one who's the failed comedian, failed husband, who wound up just having a bad night as being the quote Red Hood, and who ran a Batman, who ended up creating the Joker in the future. That's the one that we all pretty much subscribe to. But the concept of the Joker is that, and this is something I try to tell people this is why I say that it, in my particular, even my profession, is like you should really strive to do what you find interesting, because you only have one life. This is not a dress rehearsal. Because you can also fail at what you don't want.
sure.
Most people will not tell you that. You can fail at what you don't want. And the Joker is a great thing for that. He's a failed comedian, but that's all he ever wanted to do. He's got a wife. He's got she's pregnant, got kids. She leaves. A whole bunch of shit's happening. He needs money. Gets a fucking job with being Red Hood. That fucking particular night, Batman comes in, drops him into a bad ass. This motherfucker goes crazy. Whole bunch of shit happened. Created in blah blah blah. The Joker story. But the most prominent thing that I think I need to tell people is that the Joker is no different from you in saying that you're just Anybody, you could be rich, you could be poor, you could be a middle class person. You are one bad day away from being one of the most fucked up people that we ever run across. It's just one bad day to ruin you.
Yep. Yeah.
That's how close you are. You could say that you could live in, I got my Bugatti and I'm my Maserati and my Ferrari and everything. You need one bad day.
Yeah,
to
but
flip
is that even
everything.
a lesson worth? What is the value in knowing that?
The value in knowing that, is the same value in knowing thyself. If you know yourself, when you get to your lowest lows, you know how to bring yourself back. When you don't know yourself and the lowest of lows hit you, you succumb. You become that thing. You get shaped, you get molded. It's for another Batman reference. You were born in the darkness. Some people are raised in the darkness. Some people are born in the darkness.
Right. So the bad guy, right? So if you are the bad guy, then you can change. Essentially, is what that's what the movies are really trying to do.
There are people who want to be as tough as the bad guy.
Right.
That is Batman. When you look at like Bane, right? I've always been here. I've given everything to it. This is the difference between people who are just tough and want to quote be tough and people who have sold their soul to it. I might be a good, for all we know, based on my skills, I might be a really good dope boy. But to compare,
Megamind.
I might be a good dope boy, a good person who enforcer or whatever. But for those who have given themselves wholeheartedly at a young age to the cartel and lived the entire life, I'm nowhere compared to them.
Yeah. If you guys have ever seen Megamind, you'll really understand the point that I'm really making here, which is that, there's the villain. He's the villain. Megamind is the villain. But he becomes the hero because the hero becomes the bad guy. And so when the good guy is doing things and you look at it and you go, wait a minute, a good guy wouldn't do that. You look at that and you go, I don't like that. And I'm not going with everybody.
Well,
I want to go with the bad guy now.
And that
because
story break came down to this.
you either die
That story-
a good guy. Like that's a common proverb, right? That you either die the good guy or live long enough
So,
to see yourself.
Thank you. That's the point I was about to get at, line. That's the third point. If you're trying to take out the bad guy, you live long enough as the hero, you'll find yourself becoming the bad guy. You're there long enough as the good guy, you become the villain. This is why I also tell you that you don't have to like me. If I walk in the room and you hate me, I'm gonna say this: play my music.
But you see, and let's come at that from a different angle and look at the opposite side of that, which is the side that I relate to more, is that if you're a bad guy, then you may live long enough to see yourself become a good person, right?
Sure. I mean, Joker has saved people. Joker sided with Batman. Bane has done it. The Riddler has done it. Mr. Freeze has done it. There have been plenty of villains. Lex Luthor has done it. There have been plenty who have found themselves on the side of good when it means that if it means that I am going to fail, I'm going to perish as well.
Yeah.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And right now, you are not my enemy.
it's also why the bad guy always got away in the early 90s cartoons.
Oh, here's the funny part. The Justice League. The Justice League have done this. The Justice League has partnered with all the criminal bad guys, the Legion of what's that? The Legion of Doom, the Hall of Justice, whatever they call them. They even partnered with them to take on other bad guys. And then you know what the bad guy said? What the Justice League said to the bad guys at the end of the day? We'll give you a 3-minute head start. But they gave them that grace. We'll
Yep.
give you a 3-minute head start. Wonder Woman said that. We'll give you a 3-minute head start. He said, after everything we're going to do, she's like 59, 58, and they all ran.
Well, because let's put it in a relatable way to the human experience. They're still the bad guy at the end of the day,
Sure.
right? So, like until they say, "Hey, I want to sign up for full-time good guy shit," then they're still going to be looked at that way.
Yeah, yeah.
but here's the
There
funny
are
part about-
absolutely monsters out there. There are
Absolutely.
absolutely monsters.
That's what brought me back to Christianity, bro. Is I was raised with the mentality that we were just bad. We were evil. We operated from a place of badness, and then I met people that were okay with things that I'm not okay with, and I realized like we're not bad. That's bad, and
Right, it's the thing you do that is evil. It is not you.
It's
It
not
is that people are
correct.
doing evil things. And that
Yeah.
that I
But then as
100%
a
agree with.
person, you're always like, you have an idea in your head of whether you're a good or bad person. Wrestler does. I mean, we may not vocalize it, but we have an opinion of ourselves, you
I
know?
mean, the villain doesn't see himself as a villain. The villain sees himself as justified for what he needs to do.
Yeah, until he
I
realizes.
mean, people look at Mr. Freeze. Oh,
Until they
he's
have
a
a
criminal,
realization.
right? He's trying to save his wife.
That's until they have a realization. That's exactly what I'm saying. Is that you're oblivious to it until you realize that what you're doing is wrong.
Well, that's
Sure,
the
but he's been taken. He's been put in Arkham several times. You know what he never said? You know what? You're right. I'm gonna go get a 9. I'm gonna get me a 9 to 5 when my
Exactly.
fucking wife is dying. Never happened.
That's my point.
what's interesting about that too is so when the villain takes action, that's when he does the evil thing. When he's sitting there at his table and he's, being diabolical and all of that, and he's considering different ways he can do it, he hasn't done anything.
I have to
Right.
make the point. I have to make the point that there is nothing to be glorified in being a villain. Nothing, bro. Like
No, I disagree.
I totally disagree if you think that there is, bro.
I
There is nothing worthwhile. There is. If you think that, then you truly don't
I
know.
hate to tell you
There
this,
is.
but the idea that we are in the country that we're in today, we were the villains.
Perseverance.
Glorifying it. I can
Perseverance.
We glorify it. In fact, we do our whole 4th of July coming up. Celebrate your National Villain Day.
That's not the context it's celebrated under, though.
What? Fine.
The bombs bursting in air.
But y'all are missing my point.
How?
Because when you say it, there is something.
A rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air.
I heard that. I got that. But I'm saying to be villainous is to be detrimental to other human beings.
Incorrect.
Look it up.
Incorrect.
Then who are you being a villainous to?
Here's the funny part about being villainous. It's not what it means is not actually just thinking about going after other people. What it means is just being selfishly most extreme. I love the fact that Charles. I wouldn't put Deadpool. Deadpool's a little bit of a psychopath, but Punisher. Punisher is looked at as an anti-hero. Punisher does the most egregious shit and comes up with some of the most egregious shit. But he's called an anti-hero. He is absolutely a villain.
But you're leaving out one of the biggest parts of the equation is they operate with disregard for other people.
The Punisher acts without disregard, but just because he's doing it to find out who killed the little girl, but he murders 20, 30 other people just for the answers for one little girl, that makes him an anti-villain? That doesn't make him a full fucking villain. He killed 30 lives to find out who's the one guy that killed this one little street girl, and he's the only anti-hero. He's not a villain.
He is a villain.
This is the point that I'm agreeing with Brick on. It's about what you do. He will be called an anti-hero, but he murders hundreds of people to rectify the sins that happened to one.
That's not good. It's not a good idea to glorify.
He is not evil. It is those things that he did that were acts of
I
evil.
wouldn't glorify the Punisher, anybody that acts like that, bro. But because I understand circumstance. I understand that when reality comes into play, you don't operate the way that you.
So here's the question: do you understand why he did it?
Yes, of course.
Okay, then how can you possibly say that?
I'm not saying that I wouldn't do the exact same thing. I'm
Understanding,
saying
literally under, you stand under,
glorifying. Do you know what
is
glorifying
principle for doing it.
But the glorification of it, I understand the act. I can't even say that I would act any differently at all. I'm saying to put it in people's faces and saying,
So
hey,
what does glorify mean? What does
fire
glorify mean? You raise it up, you put it
to
above
exactly to
other
praise
principles, right?
to,
So
to
when
put
you stand under principles, what are you doing?
Do you know what? You know what's another form of glorification that people don't want to talk about, but it absolutely is done all the time?
what
An eye for an eye. Is it really glorifying to do an eye for an eye? If my mom gets murked, should I take out an entire family and call that justified?
no,
Eye for an
that's
eye?
not glorifying it is whenever you
No, no,
frame
no, no.
it
It'll be glorified. I will absolutely have a huge social media following. If I ever get caught, I will have huge amounts of commissary. There'll definitely be people lining up in the jury trial for everything.
How about John Wick?
Absolutely be glorifying.
John Wick.
John
you're
Wick.
proving my
John
point.
Wick killed. John Wick killed how many people? He was
You're
considered to
proving
be
my
the
point.
hero.
You're proving my point.
No, you're proving our point.
No, because my point is that these things, John Wick, The Punisher, all this shit is bad for society.
And what
Because
do I say? What did I say earlier, Blind? And we promote it.
that's and it's a bad
Which is
idea.
why I said that we train ourselves very early to be in such melancholy that we train each other very early that it's okay to look at the world as cynical
I'm
rather
saying,
than look at the world as positive.
but, you're mixing a couple of different concepts. But yes, I agree. But I'm saying, as me as blind, I am speaking out against the glorification of that stuff because bro, I like I said, I understand what you have to do is what you have to do. But when you go make a movie or write a story or even let yourself say, "Hey, I want to behave that way," like
Mhm.
that's not good for anybody.
I I I would agree, but when the sentiment brought at the end of the day is that if they had managed to do all this and not win, I would agree with you. But when they actually win at the end of the day, that's called to being successful.
But you can make the story say anything, bro.
No, it means that you can go through a bunch of bullshit, but on the other side of it, you're gonna be successful.
No, but you can make the story say anything. There's a writer to that story. You realize that,
I,
right?
I, I love that you said there's a writer that can say anything, just like the writer J.K. Rowling made Harry Potter, who made this little insignificant fucking kid beat a world class villain.
That was my
That
whole
should not
point.
have happened.
That was my whole point. The same way that somebody wrote the Vikings book and somebody wrote
There-
the
It's
Muslims
more than
book.
just a book. There are more than just a book to the Vikings. There are more than just wait. Do you? That's like saying that. Like when you say they wrote the Vikings book, like the Vikings weren't people, like the Mayans weren't a people, like the Aztecs weren't a people, like the Persians weren't a people, like the Egyptians were not a people.
I didn't say that. I said there's no physical proof.
How can you say that out your mouth that there's no physical proof? If anything, we have no physical proof of Adam or Eve.
Exactly. It's inundation. It's indoctrination.
Get your but get your man's. Chad, get your man. Get your man's. Get your man's.
I
He
mean,
wildin'.
like here's something to consider. Okay, the guy who lived in the woods back in the 1800s and fought the bear off, right? So the bear, he didn't have to actually fight the bear, but the reality is he was chasing him down.
Is this a
Right.
real story or?
Yeah, this is literally just kind of a common story that happened back in the 1800s. Yeah, these men, they'd go out, and of course they have to live in the woods. So in order to keep their spread, they have to fight off the what are they called? I can't even think of what they're called now. No. Just the
Lions.
the predators. The predators. Yeah, even lions, right? So yeah, you got to fight off the wolves, you got to fight off the bears. Like when you're growing your crops, bro, you literally have to kill off all of the critters, right? Now, that is called justified because you have to grow your crops, right? So how is this the thing that, like, when you look at what would be called innocent animals, you know, like the John Wick story, like people take vengeance, or on the other hand, they are just simply protecting their spread, right? But we call it justified. Why?
Because there is a balance. The ultimate and
There it is.
Yeah,
Yo, if I swear, this has been the month that I've heard the most word balance. 'Cause I'm about to buy me a Thanos glove if I keep hearing balance.
I don't know who Thanos is, but
Hey, it is balance. However,
let me get my point off.
okay, go ahead.
The oldest and most ultimate religion behind almost everything else, bro, is the religion of balance. The religion of the two sides of something.
The yin and the yang.
The yin and the
I don't
yang.
follow that.
It is. You can read books about it. What do you call it? That is the oldest religion. Is the worship of balance. What do you call it? And everything seems to have it. There is nothing that operates outside of this system that we can really identify.
No, I would say
No,
the
I would
oldest
disagree.
the oldest religion is the belief in oneself.
Correct. I would
Not
say
according
that.
to books. Like that might be according to like what y'all think, but according to books, the
No,
oldest
even the
yeah.
book. No, I wouldn't even say that the books promote balance because the books promote service under a particular ruler.
No, like, and I've read this from
When you're-
the actual like historical texts, bro. The
Oh!
people worship.
You was in the
all this
Vatican?
stuff. To what?
It was there.
You
It
was
was
in the
there.
Vatican?
Harry Potter.
No,
You were
You
reading
must
it?
have been in the Vatican, sitting on the Pope's lap, reading that shit.
But you read it.
Vatican isn't the ultimate source of all knowledge, bro. Come on. But my point being that this is from what I have read, this is the very first belief system was the belief in balance, the belief in dark. There is not even a worship of one or the other, just the identification that they both exist of balance. Now, this shit is ingrained in everything that we talk about. It is an undertone in everything that we talk about in all of our systems and everything else, our religious beliefs, all of that. Now, and I believe in it. I think that there is a balance between what the public, what happens in the public, versus how it affects you in the private. And I think that these movies and glorifying this violence, bro, doesn't understand the violent people. It's only just interested in encouraging the peaceful people to now want to be like the violent people. Oh, I'm peaceful. I'm a nerd. Like in their default position in life is just to be at peace. But it encourages these guys to want to go and fight. Like Penelope saying in the chat that villains are hot. How many nerds want to go and become a villain because they see chicks like Penelope saying it's hot? Like that's not.
The younger they are, more. The older they are, not so much.
I mean, see though. I mean, and that's considering they make it to an age where they've learned enough to be able to not behave like that anymore, right?
Well, no. I think they want to be the quote bad boy because of popularity, because they never had that attention. As they get older, whether they become popular or not, whether they come into any standing or not, they just realize that they realize like a lot of people should realize that it is more important to take care of oneself than it is to worry about the opinions of other people. Now, not everybody learns this lesson, but the people who tend to be nerds tend to learn this lesson a little bit more often than those who have always been in the limelight.
According to what? Like, what makes you say that?
According to people who work in like professional sports, people who have been very popular, those who have been in the whole bad boy days, those who have been like in a lot of competitions. So there are stats that are out there. Those who have been the most popular have turned around and wound up to be the most basic of people. Those who have been the ones who have been ostracized in their very younger years turn around and have a lot of resentment, but put a lot of their time in their own specialties and become more prominent figures in the future.
I don't know where you found that information. but
Let's see, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Steve
The
Jobs, Steve
workforce.
Wozniak, a lot of the work fields, a lot of people
Yeah.
who are the highest people within your water treatment
Educators.
plants, education,
Yeah.
electrical plants,
Politicians.
nuclear plants. These are not people who are very popular.
Yeah. Yeah.
all those people,
In fact, of all the people that I just mentioned who wanted to be recognized, who were intellectual, who made bad decisions, you know what they ended up becoming? Cops.
Cops. Yep, there it is. Still focusing on themselves, but yes, they do something. But the thing that they're doing is the cops. So yeah, that's hey,
And it's all about reclaiming power. Power
Yeah.
that it never had.
yeah, and it's that identity. It's their struggle with that identity of, am I really in control? And then they want to prove to themselves that they are in control. And that's generally, the way humans operate anyway. There's nothing necessarily wrong with it being a tool, but again, operating on the basis
A
of
great
that.
example of this, right? I would hope that we've all seen it. I'm going to mention it anyway. A great example of this would be 300.
Yeah.
The cripple. In
Ooh,
order to
that
be, in
okay.
order to be just like them, to when he was rejected, I can lift you can't. But what did he do in order to get all the stuff that he always wanted? He sold the other motherfuckers out, and then he felt shame afterwards. A lot of people who have been wanting accolades for so much that they want to be acknowledged so fucking much that instead of waiting for their time, because there's probably a place for them, it just hasn't come up yet. This is why I say for a lot of people, not every opportunity is for you, which means that you need to be cognizant enough to know what your abilities are, to know when. Wait, let me say that again. You need to know what your abilities are, and also to know when is the right opportunity to strike, because not every opportunity is for you.
I agree with that.
You just need to be prepared for when the opportunity comes. And most people will take anything, not knowing themselves, because they're unprepared.
Yeah. And that is, and it's not entirely their fault that they're unprepared either, because they've been
No.
indoctrinated.
I agree. Because we
That
have
is
a
a big-
go-getter society. Get it by any means. But they don't teach you structure and about yourself. They don't
Right.
teach you abundance. They preach abundance. They don't teach you abundance. They teach you scarcity.
I'm trying to consider what kind of a model that would be, right? Because it's not like what Blind was just talking about the what was the model you were just saying about the yin and the yang? It's not the yin.
Yeah.
It's not a balance. It's not a balance, but it's more like this, then this, then this,
Balance.
then
So-
this.
So the way how I look at yin and yang for anyone like when you guys look at my stream or whatever, if you ever notice my icon is my spirit animal, not because I chose it, because it was actually given to me. But
Okay.
it's of two wolves circling each other like yin and yang. So for those who know, one of the, I'm not gonna mention when or why, but when I was moving into an apartment with a young lady way back when, I was bored during the year of the dog, whatever. But I had Buddhist monks bless my place, and when they did so, given all our aspects were together, they got worried because apparently, even though the dog, the way how I would move, they considered to be a wolf. And because I am born in March, I am a Pisces. So when you look at my sign, it's of two wolves circling each other, always in conflict, wondering who's going to be the one that's going to be dominant.
Mm.
The most important part is not to worry about who's going to be the one to take over, but to get comfortable with your monster so that both are able to rule at once. It is
Yeah.
best to have two hands sitting on the throne,
Mhm.
talking with each other, than one trying to compete with the other for power.
And that too,
I've
yeah.
created within myself. I've created two seats.
Yeah.
Most people don't get to that point.
So the yin and yang is pretty much just too simplified. Essentially, it's only two parts, right? Whereas the wolf, there's a bunch of parts to each wolf, and so again, there's the head of the wolf, and then it goes to the body of the wolf, and there are the legs, and there's the paws,
A great
and there's
example
the
is this.
tail.
A great example is this, because we say this all the time. There's the her side, and there's the truth. Two sides of the same coin. And I said, no. A coin has three sides. It is the tails, the head, and the ridge in the center. And that ridge in the center says so much. It's the same thing when we look at our tombstone. There's a beginning date, there's an end date, and there's that dash. And that dash in the middle says so much more about your life than anything else.
The motion.
Most people don't focus on that. That dash in the middle between the day you were born and the day you die says so much. And the only people who can acknowledge that are the people who are affected by everything that you've done.
Yeah, actually, you know what? In court, they call it emotion. They call it emotion. That's wild, bro. That's philosophical for real, for real. I love it. No, because what he's talking about literally is so one side presents their plaintiff, their complaint.
No,
They're the plaintiff.
I got it.
You know, then the defense puts in their defense, but then the plaintiff comes back and motions.
I got what you were saying, and I get it. You're just like, it's like we had just smoked like a whole bag of weed when you said that.
Well, my brain was burnt a long time ago,
No,
so it's wide
agree.
open.
It is. And look, bro, I just wanted to make the point to preach to people, man. Don't strive to be like the bad guy. Like, yeah, it might end up working out like that and stuff, and if it does, so be it, man. But don't strive to be like the bad guy.
No, I see. See, this is what Blind prescribes. Here's my prescription: do your best to become the bad guy as soon as you can. And then after you've accumulated all the power that you needed to, then you can do good for other people.
No, bro. No, don't let
That is the American way.
Become the villain early in your life.
the
Early.
chances are you already been that person. That's the thing. Is don't strive to be worse, because the chances are you already been the bad
Do
guy.
as much the same way how I tell people who first work for a company. I need you to fuck up as much as possible. I hope you fail 1,000 fucking times. I need you to do your worst now, because in the future you won't be able to. You'll be held to a different standard. Do all your worst now so that you know what to do better in the future. Become the villain now so that you can become the savior of the future. There's
I love it.
Here's the truth of the matter. The one who's going to be able to save you won't be the hero because they're ill prepared because they put up too many roadblocks to themselves. You need the person that's willing to break all the rules because they already broke all the rules in the past that could be able to save you.
You have to realize when you're telling people that, what about all the people that have been assholes?
Superman won't save you. Lex Luthor will.
No, but what about all the people that you're encouraging to be an asshole that have already been an asshole their whole life?
You're obviously not good enough of an asshole because you would already be successful.
That's not true.
That is very absolutely,
You
bro.
need to do more. You need to do
You're
more.
not a very good asshole. I like that.
You need to do more. You need to double down.
Damn,
Well, Blind, have you ever been the bad guy?
bro, I've been the bad guy my whole life, dog.
No,
Okay.
you haven't. You haven't.
Well, here's the problem.
Goodness. You need to do more. I encourage you to be more of an asshole.
You only
haven't done
believe
enough.
that. Yeah, you
You
only
haven't
believe
done
it.
enough.
No, you
Right.
see, because that's not good, bro. Like, if y'all, I'm incorrigible, dog. Like, I'm if you get me going, I'm liable to get us all put in jail or something. Like,
You know what? You know what that's called? And you know what that's called? Getting rid of your competition.
right?
Do it as bad as you
Damn,
can.
what?
Set them up. Get rid of your competition.
Damn, you see, that's why you don't take advice from the internet, guys. Damn. Yep. I mean, I get,
In fact, do so much damage in your early year that when you leave yourself as being the only person that at the end of the day they're all gonna. You know, there's this one video I'm thinking about right now. You know the little clips when Dos Equis first coming out. It was called the most interesting man in this world. There was this one commercial that says all his enemies list him as his emergency contact. You need to be that person. That
Nice.
all your enemies will still list you as that person to go to save their ass at the end of the day.
You know, you actually bring up the caveat that I was actually considering, right? So yes, be the bad guy early and often. But understand what that means. That means that you can't just get rid of everybody.
Nope.
You can't. You have
They
to
serve-
have somebody do the work
They
for
serve a
you.
purpose. They serve a purpose. You don't get rid of all your haters. You
Right.
defeat them and you keep them alive and you keep them bitter. You don't kill them off. You just defeat them every time. Hey, keep in mind, anti-hero, Batman. He defeats his enemies. He puts them in Arkham. He never murks them. Why? He keeps them demoralized. This is why, regardless of what they do, you know who they always worry about at the end of the day? Batman.
And that's what
Superman. They talk shit to Flash. They talk shit to Wonder Woman. They talk shit to all the Robins. They talk shit to. But you know who they always worried about? Batman, the motherfucker that always gets me.
That's what makes Joker the perfect villain, because he's doing the same exact thing to Batman.
Here's the funny part: all the villains, as skinny and scrawny and everything as Jokers, no fighting ability, they're all afraid of him.
Yep.
They all hate him.
He is the most hated, yet the most loved.
Thank you.
Yep. Hey.
You have not built up enough clout for yourself. Get your shit in order.
Oh, what? We need more hate?
Facts.
Nah, I mean, I understand what
Haters should be your biggest motivators, and the more you're hated, the more you're celebrated.
I'm pretty hated.
No, you're not enough yet. Not if you push the Christian love and redemption bullshit.
Maybe not enough, but I'm pretty hate. I got some mad hate, bro. Like hate.
I want everybody who even thinks of going up against me. At the moment they have the thought in their head, they look up above because all they see is the sword of Damocles hanging down by a fucking thread. They don't know when it's just gonna drop on them. I want them to be in terror. What? Oh, did I talk too loud? I'm afraid wrestling might show up. I want them to worry about that when they say my name, I might pop up like fucking Candyman. I want that shit.
I don't imagine you have too many haters though. Like,
oh, you would be mistaken. Probably not online. Probably not online yet.
He's working. You're working on it, right?
But in real life, people worry about trying to. But I have this saying, regardless of where I am in industries, and everybody learned it early. I do it from my day one. You don't know me, and that's good because you will. I don't need to know you right now, but you need to know me. And do not come for me unless I send for you.
God damn.
I laid my fucking foot down early.
So I have a topic. I don't know if how close you are to doing your next show, Rez. I don't want to take it too far off topic, but something that I felt like if you have the ability to do, and that would be internal monologue being externalized.
I can think about it. I'll think about it.
Okay. Just wanted to mention it while I'm up here, just because it crossed my mind. I'd love to talk about that.
There's a gift to that, right? Like you have to have a certain gift to be able to do that.
I'd love to hear this topic. I want Resla to do a monologue on it.
Okay.
I want him to do, because I believe he would have a very similar view to mine. But I want
we'll have to see about that. I wrote it down, so I'm gonna I'm gonna think about it. I'll think about it.
Yeah. Okay.
I got a little bit of a day tomorrow, but I'll think about it.
Yeah. Anyway, back to Harry Potter.
Well, you can't just welcome in, salute to Jen. That's a hell of a thing to say, and then just want to back out of it because now my brain is firing.
So hold on to it, and then that way, if Resla does a show, then that's.
And just so you know, bro, I have a million thoughts on it, and I'm not gonna give any of the answers of like what.
Yeah, there it is.
But I have thoughts on if everyone is capable of doing it.
Yeah, hold on to it, because
Yeah,
Reza's gonna do a monologue. And his rules.
I don't know. I don't know what everybody's thinking. I don't even know what I'm thinking about it right now. Because I know I have no idea what direction I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna think about it. I'm probably be a little distracted thinking about it.
Takes a couple weeks to come up with something. Hey, that's okay. Here in a couple weeks or whenever, it'll be spot on.
And just for you, blind, I might try to be the villain. I'm not even gonna lie.
Love it, love it.
Hey, and you man, you should. I hope you kiss Brick on the mouth, wrestler.
Wow, that is says the person with the StreamYard duck. Y'all still ain't paying up when they get this man off the fucking StreamYard duck.
I was just playing, but bro, to have that kind of support, dog, this dude's like, no matter what you say, I know it's gonna be fine.
That's what I said.
Bro.
Well, it's because he's very good at analyzing. I mean, it literally is his job.
It is my job.
So even if it's something that I don't agree with, there's things that me and him literally I've been on. Like, what was it last night? Your topic last night. I was giving you some disagreement on the topic, but it doesn't matter because you're going to analyze it and you're going to analyze what I say about it, and you're going to have something well structured to say about it, that
stream was annoying me, by the way, because I was that fucking internet connection was a shit show.
Yeah,
it was annoying me, but I was trying to go back and listen to a lot of it.
Anytime you let them fucking clowns on, fool, they don't ever shut up.
Oh well, we know who you're talking about. Anyway,
it's not a fake mustache, bro. Shit, that nigga's thicker than this. I want to be.
Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute.
Bro, it makes you wonder. Like, I was thinking about it last night. I was like, dude, I know some people think that I troll sometimes, and I'm not worried about that. But like, how the fuck did these people live their whole life not ever wanting to actually stop and have an interesting conversation?
It's easy because everyone it's easy for several reasons. Number one is when they get on the internet, they're not being who they actually are.
So
that's number one.
They do want to have interesting conversations?
No, I think if they ever have interesting conversations, they'll do it in their real life. They don't want to do it online because online is about them not being who they're not being themselves. It's a reprieve. It's like playing video games. It's you playing the character of someone else. It's not you playing your real life because your real life is already too exhausting.
That's exhausting. Shit. That's living.
Well, I mean, it's this way. You don't have as much responsibilities if you're. So, for instance, it's the beginning stages of becoming an actor or an actress. You don't have responsibility for shit to come out your mouth. I'm just playing a character.
Yeah,
just playing the character. I would never talk about you need to get in the back alleys and getting stealed by freaking 21 men at the same time because I think that your pussy is something that everybody will want. I'm just saying it because, I would never say it in real life, but online, I'm going to make up all the jokes. It's like people who are not even funny will get online to put up all their jokes because they never related to stand-up in their real life because their real name is attached to stand-up. So if I get them online...
Bro, some like... the funniest motherfuckers I ever seen in my life sometimes are online too, though.
True, but those are typically people. Believe it or not, those are people who are normally naturally funny, and even their friends find them funny.
Yeah, true.
Like so, it's like even like last time when we had Tickety Tack up there, like fucking shit was funny, and then shit he just has his whole little avatar or whatever, but he did still funny shit. Like I can tell without all that, the fucker is humorous.
Right, yeah.
That's not even a question. I know he's gonna be funny. But there are people out here who are like people I know in real life. They say shit and they're looking at me like, Wrestler, come on, that's funny. I'm like, you should take that shit to stand up because you will find out just how quickly that shit will bomb. Like it's not funny. Like don't expect me to cover for you because I am friends with you. Like the shit sucked.
Oh, check it out. He said Charles Darwin says I'm funny. 2 blind men walk into a bar. Boom, boom. Okay, what about 2 blind men fall into a well? Why? Because they couldn't see that well.
See, I would do it differently than that. I'm going to use an example, blind. I would say, here's a joke. Blind pulling his pants down in front of a girl. She laughs. There you go. I don't even have to say anything. You fill in the context all you like. You fill in all the context you like. I didn't say shit.
As much as you don't
Fill in
want to
the
laugh, you have to laugh.
It's all subjective though, too, though, because like if you don't know
Exactly
me,
my point. I won't even give you a punchline. You'll develop your own punchline.
Yeah, it's called one-liners.
Yeah.
Like you don't need all that buildup. You know, I did the joke. The what was it?
So, someone said this one time. It was like a Halloween thing. He said, "Knock knock, who's there? We're at trick or treat. Trick or treat who? Trick or treat Catholic priest." Stopped everybody in their tracks. They were like, "That's fucked up." You fill in all the context yourself. One-liners.
Yeah, it's the one-liners. Yeah, like I did the build-up one, the Apple thing, and you know, I intentionally did it like that because I wanted people to just
the one that
basically
I told about
bland
the
out.
apple,
Huh?
the one that I told about the apple, the one
Apples taste just like pussy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lie. That's a complete lie.
What?
Yeah.
It's a lie.
Hold
It
on,
doesn't.
did they switch
It tastes
up
like
my
ass.
joke? My
It's-
joke was
That what? Not all do.
no, my joke was in dang. Talk about a game of telephone. I said it on live stream, bro. The joke originally started out as a guy walks into a bar, asks for a drink. He says, "I don't got drinks. I got these magic apples." And he's like, "Well, give me a gin and tonic." Tasted it. Once I tasted like gin, he's like, "I don't taste the tonic." He's like, "Turn it over. Taste the tonic." Next guy comes in. He's like, "Give me a Jack and Coke." He tastes the Jack, then he tastes the Coke. Third guy comes in and he's like, "Give me one that tastes like pussy." He gives him the apple. He tastes it and he's like, "Oh, this tastes like fucking ass." And he's like, flipping around. Like,
Oh, that's
I get it. Okay, I get it now. I get it.
yeah. And I intentionally drew it out to even like a third one. Like I did two in the beginning and then a third one. I intentionally drug it out because I didn't want people to laugh at it. I wanted to tell a bad joke. You know, it served its purpose.
well, look, check it out. You want to hit like a joke like that, bro? What kind of a joke, kind of a thing that happened? So me and my bros are driving down the road, and this dude is has a fucking like a duffel bag or whatever, and we get in the car, and he smell like shit, old dude, and I tell my little bro get in the back and let dude right up front. So we're going, and I asked my little bro asked him first. He's like, "Hey, what's in the bag, dog?" And dude's like, "None of your fucking business." And my little bro's just like, "Damn, for real, dog?" Like that. So we're like, "Okay, well." We're driving, and the dude's like just sitting there like a fucking psycho, and I'm like, "Hey, bro, like, what's in the fucking bag?" And he's like, "None of your fucking business." And I'm like, "Damn, okay, this dude must be protecting his thing, bro." So we ended up telling him to get off, and the dude left his fucking bag. It was crazy.
That sounded more like a story than a joke.
Yeah, that's what I said. It was kind of something that happened, kind of a joke. You know what I'm saying? It don't hit with everybody. You're supposed to ask what's in the bag.
Wait. Piper, did you just say that, by the way, and just to know that BD venereal disease is nothing to clap about? Jesus Christ.
Fuck.
I usually say them things got teeth, you know.
That's disgusting. But you're supposed to ask what's in the bag so that because you're supposed to draw it out longer. I just said it too fast and shit, and then I can tell you none of your fucking business. But that's what I was like, not funny, whatever, drawn out type of jokes.
Yeah, it's a bad joke. It's a bad joke.
Yeah, it was.
No, and I've intentionally
fucked up.
told that other joke before, intentionally, because it's a bad joke, because I don't know, I just feel like, you know, the conversation's getting too rapid pace. Maybe that's what it is. You know,
Yeah.
like the thing is, you know, conversations, right? Conversations, sometimes there'll be a joke here and there, but typically there's not a whole lot of jokes. We're trying to actually resolve an issue or kind of go down a rabbit hole of a conversation, that sort of thing. That's going to have resolution or not. It doesn't matter. But when people start throwing out the jokes, then eventually it goes to the wild and crazy, and it's like, well, okay, fine. You want to hear a joke? Here you go. Here's a stupid joke. Like, because anybody can do the ad hom stuff, right? Anybody can actually literally just tear down somebody's character and be like, yeah, you're a piece of shit and all that, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Well, in my experience, bro, it's always best to identify what you're trying to accomplish when engaging in a conversation. The first thing you want to ask is, am I attempting to explore an idea with this person, or am I attempting to combat this person on some level? And it's a world of difference of how you're going to approach that between the two,
Yes, I would say that. So, take for instance going up on panels, right? So, Resler's show is a primary example, but you can find this anywhere. Topic comes up, you hear something from being in the chat, and you're like, hey, I don't agree with that. Let me go up on the panel.
Well, that's exactly what I mean. Like, it's important to know.
Here's the thing, though.
It's
It's not going to be beneficial
exactly
to jump
That's exactly my point.
right in and be like, that was the stupidest stinking thing I ever heard in my life. You're an idiot, blah, blah, blah. Right? Like, there's a delicate way to do that.
Well, that's why it's important to identify that, because you have to understand you're not ever going to benefit from winning an argument. There is no benefit from winning an argument. Now, if it is a debate or there's some type of guideline or outline of some type of win, then you might. But winning an argument in life is never beneficial, bro.
Actually, I'll go a step further. Nobody wins in a fight.
Yeah, that you could say that too. But you win less by you win more if you lose the argument. To be honest, because like if you ever won an argument in life, that shit don't even feel good. Like now you're looking at the person as a victim. You're like, shit, man, I feel sorry for you because I just checked your ass.
Nah.
I mean,
No.
the average person does. This is the
No.
common concept.
The only reason why you feel that way is because they felt bad and you felt bad that they felt bad. If you don't worry about it, you're like, no. I listen. If I have to check your ass, I don't feel bad that you felt bad because you needed to get checked.
Yeah, that part.
I mean, some people do, but it's my point is that it's common to feel that way. And
No, it's not. It's only common to feel. It's only common to feel that way if you check them without thinking that. Well, if you check them and you wasn't even thinking about checking them.
Oh, I don't know about that, but
If it happened on accident.
Unintentional
in
check.
this discussion, according to psychologists and psychiatrists that I have watched and read speak about this, it is a very common thing for people to.
I'll give you a practical example.
To not even feel good about winning an argument.
I'll give you a practical example. Okay, there's 5 of us on the court, right? And then 5.
It's 5 people. It's not what I'm talking about.
No, listen. There's 5 people on the court, right? That's our team, right? Then there's 5, and they're on the opposite team, right? Now, you stand back behind the 3-point line, and you dribble it a couple of times because you're getting ready to shoot, right? But then somebody from the other team comes and snatches that ball away from you. That's called getting checked, right? Now, he doesn't feel bad about it. 100% he does not feel bad about it. You get it? Now, he's not winning. He's not losing. He just checked you. He got your ball away from you.
But let me clarify.
Stood there.
The number one, every argument isn't somebody checking somebody. It might
He's
if
just
you
doing
feel,
his job.
well, hold on. Let me say, just listen to my parts, and you might get further with the conversation because I'm listening to y'all. Um,
Hmm.
an argument does not, even though some of us may feel like we're always right, and we
Mhm.
feel like anytime we're arguing with somebody, we're checking them. More often than not, people's arguments are people just having a disagreement. So you might be right when it comes to checking somebody. I might have used the wrong word for that. But
Okay.
even if I'm trying to, I want to go to SeaWorld, but my chick wants to go to Fiesta, Texas, and we argue about it, and she gives me my way. At the end of that argument, I don't necessarily feel better. Like there's no win when you win an argument.
No, you're absolutely wrong because I I move it a different. I did move it a different way, and maybe this is a matter of corporate people
Well,
or
I'm not wrong because I'm telling you how I feel. You mean to say that's not the same experience you had?
sure. If you want to go, sure.
Yeah, because of the
For,
relationship
for
matter.
me, for me, there is no side. There's no such thing as both people win and both people feel great. I run a strategy that we look at as never split the difference, which means that I would rather take no deal than a bad deal. I'm not gonna compromise the dirty word.
I mean, when you're dealing with business, for sure.
Guess what? Your relationship is a business. Marriage is a business.
The
Any
business
co-
of what?
any any
The
form of
business of what?
any form of cooperation where you're trying to maximize the most of what you're gonna get out of, guess what? It's a business because you're always selling yourself. You're always trying to get in the fucking advantage
The business of what though?
of
What's
making
Business
sure
of
that
relationships.
you are getting whatever you need out of a situation. I don't know many people that's going to live their life to just sacrifice.
Yeah, you get whatever you need. You get it.
You get the most of what you can out of every relationship.
that's the way that y'all look at relationships?
That's the
Every
way how
relationship.
that's
Yeah,
the way
it
how
works.
every
Yeah.
relationship moves.
Yeah. Even if you develop a relationship with a rock, is literally how it works.
Hey, I'm gonna throw you. Or do you agree? You didn't say shit. Cool. Throwing you.
Yep.
I win in that relationship.
Yep. Maximize profit.
No, but there are going to be times when you have to give and then let them win.
Who said?
So you're not concerned with
No,
how
no, 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 no. That was a question. Who said that?
said
What leather-bound book told you that?
it's not in the book, it's in the relationship.
Wait, at what stage did you agree upon that before you started being boyfriend and girlfriend?
It's about benefit. It's no y'all
Where
ain't
was the
talking about any of that.
conversation? Where was the conversation prior
It's
to that
about
happening?
benefit. There's no agreement.
You,
It's about
you're not
benefit.
answering my question. When was the conversation that it was agreed upon that would be the
What
thing?
comes who where like
Wait,
who
I don't
said
understand this. You'll click everything, the terms and conditions for StreamYard. You'll click it for YouTube.
you
You'll
don't
click it
do
for
that
your
for
phone. Wait,
relationships?
you'll click it for your phone. You'll click it for your bank account and everything, but you won't check the terms and agreements of what's going on in the relationship prior to the relationship starting.
You have terms and agreements for relationships?
The fact that you don't tells me why so many people fucking fall apart.
That's fucking insane, bro. Nobody is taught to operate like that.
Yeah,
It's
no,
funny
that is
because
that is how you're taught to
it's
operate.
funny because literally
Or
that's
you
the
should
reason
be.
why so
If
many people
anybody
get
in the
why
chat
so
posts
many
that
people
shit,
get into so
Wow.
much broken why so many people get into so much broken situations because why they never think about the fine fucking prince of life. Everything is a
Define
no
terms.
in life.
life
Everything.
don't have
Everything.
human
Yeah.
experiences don't work the
The
same way
fact
as
like,
fucking
the very clothing that you're wearing when you do you even take time to fucking read your receipts and read the contracts of what you're looking at when you buy your fucking clothes?
it has
That's what- the
I
term-
don't buy my clothes. I don't buy my clothes.
Oh wait, please don't tell me your mom's still buying your clothes, sir.
My chicks have always bought my clothes, but I don't concern myself with that because
Sorry, I dress myself.
well then hooray for you.
I am too old to have someone else dressing me. I dress myself.
Hooray.
Because
What-
if someone else
what
is
do you have to
if
say?
someone else has the responsibility of dressing me, it gives them reason to believe that they have
No, it's
other
not a
aspects of my life as well.
responsibility. It's not a responsibility. It's something that is done. That's the thing. Is that
I
when
didn't say
you
responsibility. I said credence.
You just said responsibility too, though. But
Listen,
what do you call it?
if I give somebody the responsibility, that's the word I'm using, to dress me, I give them credence, which you didn't pay attention to the rest of the sentence. I
Yeah.
give them credence to give other aspects to tell me about what the fuck I gotta do in my life.
But okay, but listen though, and I agree with that. I agree. That's a part of the give and take. But
It's just a give and give.
Why
It's not a
is
give
it
and take.
so here's the issue that I'm running into as
y'all-
well.
y'all
The
take-
give and take is a have to for you. It is not for me. The have to part, that's the problem that I'm having. Because when you use that word, you have to. I've heard this many, many times
Y'all are the ones
about various different
You have
subjects.
to.
You have
That's
to
what I'm
do
saying.
it.
Who
Have
said you have to? If you're
Nobody.
supposed to be able to have control
Bingo.
over yourself, to have control. If you even if you talk about at a religious standpoint that you were given free will, where's this have to shit come from?
Yeah.
I don't even know what y'all are referring to.
Because you said you have to. It's
You
in
said
the
you have
relationship.
What was I saying? What was I talking
In the
about?
relationship, there's this give and take that you have to do.
Yeah, you're saying that you have to compromise. You don't.
The thing is that it is most beneficial to acknowledge that that's another living, breathing human person. And if you're too selfish to do
What does that
that's
have to
gonna
do
be
with
detrimental.
compromise? What? Me
Because
acknowledging
listen to what I said.
me acknowledging that they are a living human being, hopefully, because I don't like to fuck dead things. So me hoping that they are living breathing human beings has nothing to do about me as a personal human being maximizing what I get out of life.
Bro, it does when y'all are a couple.
Says what?
You're telling me
That was your question. Says what?
That's
Why is that? I keep giving
insane.
questions. I don't get answers.
That is it. You're saying your life isn't even affected by your chick.
I don't get answers. It's very simple, and you keep moving
The whole
around.
relationship is the answer.
Says what?
Now
Says
answer
what?
mine.
Where's
the whole relationship.
the relationship guideline? Where's the book for relationship guideline? Can you tell me where's the book for relationship guideline? Hey, tell me what's the wait, hold,
Let me answer, fuck.
Wait,
When you
Brick,
ask the question,
you're
let
very
me answer.
Brick, you're
Hold
very
on, let me
you're
answer.
very
Let
private
me answer.
about your personal life. I've been in a
You're not
relationship
letting me
for
answer.
over
You
8
asked
years,
me a
and prior to my
question
other
and you
relationship
moved
was
goalposts.
2, and then prior to that was for 10 years. So
You asked me a question,
blind,
then
you
you
must
moved
be telling me
goalposts.
that you're in a current relationship that's been long standing enough that you could tell me what the guidelines are
I've
that was
been in
written. That I
marriages,
can
bro.
read. I can read. You can send me the email that says that this is what it is, sanctioned by the U.S. government, what a fucking relationship is.
Now,
Can you tell me, hey Penelope?
Now,
Can you tell me? Can you tell me the relationship agreement
You're
that you guys
ridiculous.
read up on? That was in what part of Section 324 of the U.S. Penal Code that he must be doing this thing because it is fucking obligated?
y'all hear
Can you
this
tell me,
nonsense?
Penelope?
Y'all hear this nonsense? Well, I'll tell you this: is I've always been happier in my relationships than alone. Like as odd as that is to say, and I'm
Because
and hold on, let me finish my statement.
because
Hold on, let me finish. So when I say have to or you should do this or you get, I'm not saying like for us. I'm just saying if your goal is to be happy in your relationship, it might work best if you are considerate to your partner.
how would you know that?
Because I was happy when I was in my relationships.
Did I hear was? That means it used to be's?
I'm not in a relationship. I'm not in
Oh,
a.
so used to be's, which means you have no actual experience because you're not in a relationship. Because
Okay.
if you're going to prescribe this, you should have something long standing that you can say you have a burden, you have a tangible burden of proof, and you do not. I've been in multiple relationships long standing. They're still running. I'm not single.
Bro, you just literally gave me 2 hours on
Hey,
how
people! I
y'all,
said
y'all,
what I said.
y'all are insane.
I'm not
Y'all
not
ain't
single.
dumb or nothing. Y'all are fucking insane.
And that's the sad part about I've talked for well long enough to give my life story, and I keep repeating myself. People know my relationship status. People know who I was with. People know the previous chicks I was with. Everything.
So what? Poke your butt.
So you're gonna get poke my butt. Yes, you don't have a butt. Wait, here's the funny part. You don't have a butt to poke. I do. I do though. I do got a butt to
Otto
poke.
over here.
You know, I do though. I got a butt to poke. You know.
What? What do you mean I don't have a butt? Y'all hear this?
You're right. You're right. You're right. You got a butt plug.
I got
You're
all
absolutely
of
right. You're absolutely right. I forgot.
I'm literally gonna call Scotto. I'm gonna get in his Discord. I'm gonna get on this chat. I'm gonna be like, "Hey, Scotto, blind me."
Scotto. Wow, that's crazy.
No,
That's Scotto.
I respect what you're saying, bro, and I respect y'all's right to approach things that way. I'm just giving it the opposite side because I don't approach it that way. And
I hear you, but when you're speaking as again, and I'm gonna say it this way, and it's gonna sound hyperbolic, but I'm gonna say it. When you speak as if you're giving advice as someone to help guide other people in their relationship, and you're single, you sound no different from the Fresh and Fit podcast.
Bro, no, there is a difference. So because I'm single, and anybody can see that. That's
but you're single, you're single, not preaching being single. You're single preaching relationships.
I'm preaching on how to treat people.
How would you know if you have no one to treat?
What do you mean bro, I know how to treat people no matter if I'm...
You have no one to treat. You're giving arts. Hey, blind. I'm sorry, Brick. Is he not giving arts?
Yeah, it is. It is 100% aughts, and with lack of current air. Look, it's called. This is really what it's called. It's lack of current
Hold on.
Hold on. I just want to make this point. It's called lack of current experiential points.
That's fine. But this is the thing that over here at the Blizzy Blind channel is you treat people as best as you know how to, bro. Period. I don't care about none of that other shit. Nothing. Like that's the best.
It's important. Wait, Blind. We just had a whole conversation earlier.
Hold on, you're interrupting me. Hold on, though. Because y'all can make all the scientific, all the anecdotal experience, all that shit. Okay, cool, bro. But every single living human person can agree that they want to be treated as best as can possibly be.
No.
What
do you mean no?
No. I don't want you to treat me at all.
Blind. Because there are a lot of people. This whole golden rules. Blind. I can tell you right now. This whole golden rule shit that you're trying to put up. I run into so many people who have other people that treat them better than treat themselves. Not everybody runs on the fucking golden rule.
I'm not even saying the golden rule, bro.
No. The point that you're saying treat everybody with some decency. There are plenty of people that don't know how to treat other people because why? They don't know how to treat them fuck themselves. Hey, and I'm telling you what it is. But you're trying to preach to other people how they should be treating other people when, quite frankly, you don't have anyone that, quite frankly, you're treating that way.
Blind. I want people to be who they are. Meaning that if you don't like me, I want you to tell me that.
I need for people to show who they really are and not show an ambassador. If you're the type of bastard that you don't like to treat people well, I'd rather know that than you fucking faking the front around me.
Exactly. I'd rather not be around someone by my choice that you don't like me rather than you pretend to like me. No, I'm around you all the time, but you're talking shit about me behind my back.
That does not mean that you get to take away from the person that does. Because if somebody is listening,
I don't get. No, I'm not in it.
Let me finish my fucking point, please.
Go.
Every time I start making a point, y'all disrupt. There are people that are on the fence, bro, that don't necessarily have a be better or be worse mentality. And over here, I like to condone the be better mentality.
Sounds like they need a book.
What?
Sounds like they need a book or a therapist.
Bro, but you see, like, obfuscating constantly. Yes,
how?
They might need a book.
Wait, how am I obfuscating? I just said get a book or a therapist. How am I obfuscating? Those are two prescriptions. Those are prescriptions. How am I obfuscating? Those are prescriptions.
They might need anything, bro. They could need anything.
Wait, how am I obfuscating? Wait, you said obfuscation. How am I obfuscating when I gave two prescriptions? I gave two prescriptions.
Beside the point is my answer.
How? You said they were lost.
It is.
I gave prescription. How am I obfuscating? I
did not say they were lost. I said they may
not. He didn't say they were lost. He didn't say they were confused.
You're overgeneralizing, repackaging what I'm saying.
These are your words. You said they were confused. Confusion is being lost.
I didn't use either of those words.
So my
Oh
my
Roll
question.
can you roll your stream back? Can you please roll your
When
your
you
stream back?
say your words, you're saying literally the words I
Roll
said. I
your
did
stream
not
back.
say either of those
You
words.
literally said the word confused. Can
I
you roll
said
your
there
stream
were
back, please?
people that were not sure on to do better or do, and I was speaking in a general way. I didn't say
Are you
they
Even
were
if they're not
lost.
expecting
sure,
them
I didn't
to?
that
say
is a
they
state of
needed a
confusion.
shepherd. I didn't say they needed
If
a
they're not
leader. I
sure,
didn't
they
say
are
none
in a
of
state
that.
of
I
confusion. They're a
said
state of being lost. Even if you said
that's
not sure,
you see
not
that is
sure, confused,
that's
and
what you're
lost.
inferring. That's what you're inferring. That is what you are inferring. That's not what I said.
So my question in regards to this: are you expecting that
No,
from them?
no.
Then if
Like
you're
I
not,
said,
If you're not
okay, I
expecting,
got a
why
follow
are
up.
you prescribing to them that they should be doing the best?
Right. That's literally my follow up.
because as a person who has at many times in my life been affected by what other people say, I am
Mhm.
reminding for those people who might need the reminder.
A
So you're
reminder.
he's doing exactly what he just said he wasn't doing. What the fuck? And I'm the one that's drinking.
I wasn't doing that.
And he literally just did it in real time. One
When
sentence
did I
after
say
the
I
next.
wasn't?
Brick.
I don't
You
even
go
know
ahead.
what y'all are going on about, bro. But my point is this: is the I don't care what the fuck y'all say, bro. There is never to my life, to my existence. There is never a point to where I'm going to be over here trying to get everybody to be a bad guy and shit like that.
But
That,
here's
that's cool. That's cool. We're not even
that's what you're
contesting
trying to
against that.
do.
We have never
condoning.
wait, we have never contested against that. That's what you're trying to do that. We have never contested against that.
Exactly.
We never did.
exactly.
We never did. You're
Okay,
making that
well,
shit up.
then it's obvious what's happening.
It's not obvious. That's the point. You keep saying shit is obvious. You're making shit up because we never did it. It's on your own stream. It's documented.
Bro, can you even capable of understanding the words
Oh
you're
my
speaking?
God, you're the only one lost because somehow me and Brick can pick
No,
up exactly what the fuck was being
how
said.
can you speak for Brick? How the
Because I
fuck?
heard
Brick
exactly what he
Hold
said,
on,
and I heard
Brick
exactly
is
what you
agree with
said.
you.
We are quite in tune at the moment, bro.
That's
I will
crazy.
say this.
That is crazy.
So you're not expecting
Bro,
it.
this
You're
is
not
an
ex-
impossible conversation to have, bro.
You literally wait.
Y'all just like
The reason
Y'all
why
just
Brick
like
and I,
that.
the reason why Brick and I are in
Each
sync is
other
because
off,
we're
bro.
literally listening to what you said. You
You
started this
don't
conversation.
listen. You're incapable. You won't listen to you're like giving me these circle jerk reach around comments, and it's like, no, bro, you won't deal with anything I
Okay,
just
Brick,
say.
Brick,
It
Brick,
has
Brick,
been
Brick,
trained.
Brick. The most important thing right now is that Blind gets whatever is off his chest because he can't hear what we're saying, even though you and I heard exactly what he said. But because he hasn't said enough, he needs to be quiet so he can get enough out there, even though we heard exactly what he said.
All right,
Yeah.
so shut the fuck up.
Keep in mind, I'm drinking and I understand this. But
It's
he's the
your
real
show,
one.
bro.
Hold on. Are you gonna
Go
shut up
for
now?
it.
Are you
Go.
gonna be quiet now?
Go.
Okay. Tell me when you're done.
Okay, so I'll tell you when I'm done.
Hold
All
on.
right.
You
So
say-
no, hold
Brick,
on.
Brick,
You
Brick,
told
Brick,
me to
Brick,
tell you when
stop,
I'm
stop,
done.
Brick, stop,
Okay.
stop. I'm gonna go red. Brick, stop, Brick.
No, Brick can go and tell me when he's done, and then I'll go.
Oh no, nigga, no, you go.
No.
Don't do
Okay,
this
okay,
shit.
so
Don't
then,
do
yeah,
it.
okay, so then, guys, we're gathered here today in the house of the Blizzy. Shut up, wrestler! To say, man, be good. Don't listen to these fools. Don't be fucking doing bad stuff. Don't be mean to your chick. Be good, man. That felt good. Let's go.
No, I feel like you need more. I feel like you need more time.
Okay.
Please, sir, it's your show. Go ahead.
All right. Now, this dude's obviously an asshole. I bet his chick is locked in the bathroom right now. And he says that she's happy, but I bet you if we send emergency responders, she'll be blinking her ass off. She'll be like, so okay, go for it. That's all I gotta say.
Hold up. She probably got emergency responses, right? Where's my baby girl right now? Hey, babe.
My darling.
Hey, how you doing? Are you dealing with emergency responses right now?
Huh?
Are you dealing with emergency responses right now? Where are you right now, baby? Baby, where are you right now, baby girl?
I'm at home.
You're at home. Where are you at home right now?
I'm lying down.
Yeah, lying down. So you're not dealing with emergency responses right now, are you, pretty?
No.
That's my
What
baby.
emergency
That
responses?
that's my girl. Thank you. So there's no emergency responses coming to get you, right?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Exactly. So what we need to just say is fuck blind right now. That's what we need to say. Thank you.
Blind.
Yeah, thank you, baby girl. Fuck blind. Thank you. Love you.
Salute.
The fuck are we talking about here?
Hey, but
Calling them out in real time. In real time, ladies and
I just want to
gentlemen.
make the point of how different did wrestle sound right now for a minute.
I'm gonna say this.
A
I'm
minute
on
ago,
blind
it
show. Calling
was
blind out
don't
in real
ever
time. You know,
sacrifice
blind news where we
your-
get you all up in your guts.
He said that we don't ever sacrifice. Right now, what he say? Baby, what's up, shorty? What's up, little mama? You know I love you.
Blind news, right? Where we get all up in your guts. That was your news from the wrestler highlights. His girl is not under fucking duress. Don't got nobody looking for her. Call it out in real time.
Yeah, but I think you proved our point. It's better to be
No,
nice.
I proved my point.
It's
My
better to be
point.
nice. No, because you're real nice to her right now. Shit, I didn't hear.
How was I nice? No, I just called you out because you were basically calling me an in-home terrorist.
No, I was saying that it may not be peaches and cream like you're saying. If you're
Oh,
that mean.
did you not hear that? She's home. She's resting her head. There's no fucking SWAT at her
But
door.
I also
No one
I feel
coming
better
for her.
about it. I feel better about it because I also saw that you don't treat her the way that you were
Oh,
saying.
but you feel better about my good homestanding 8-year relationship. Yeah. Okay. That's just a
if
lot.
you were really as mean as you were saying,
Hey,
then that would concern me.
Wait, as mean as I'm saying? Wait. Rick, when did I say that I was mean in my relationship? There's an understanding in my relationship. When I ever said I was mean in my relationship, only one other person said that I was mean in my relationship.
There's
So,
only two people
so
here.
Rick,
so that's
Rick, when did this guy say that I was mean in my relationship and I had to turn around and disprove that
About 3 minutes.
in his
Maybe
own
2.
on his own show?
About 2 or 3 minutes ago.
I don't know if you disproved it. You did.
Oh, do you hear this, Ninja? You hear
No,
this?
hold on. You're confusing me.
Well, yeah, you're easy. I'm the only one that's been drinking continuously throughout your whole stream, but you confused.
Because you like to do a dance, bro.
I've
learned
Wait,
the
oh, for the record, I've cleared
dance.
2 6-packs. 2 6-packs, and I'm on to an entire liter. And this man is confused.
I've learned
Yeah, exactly.
I've learned the wrestler dance, bro, and
And you still don't know the steps.
no, I do.
You hear the
I
music. You just don't know the steps.
I can't, bro. Because
You know the music. You just don't know the steps.
Oh,
You need to
hold
get.
on.
You know
I
what?
gotta
Kid,
think
what?
of it.
I'm
Hold
gonna grab you by your hip and I'm gonna break your hand so you can learn the steps. You know the music. You just don't know the steps. It's all good.
I heard this tune before. Nah, you think he's learning the steps? Oh shit. I don't know if you're trying to talk or not, but I don't hear anything.
Okay, my bad. And no, it'll be me holding y'all's hip, not vice versa.
What?
Yeah.
Huh?
But yeah, good stuff. Yeah.
What?
I'll be holding y'all.
Wait, hold on. No. We ain't gonna just brush past that. What did you just say?
The wrestler said grab my hand and he was gonna hold my hip, and I said no, it'll be me holding y'all's hip, not y'all holding mine.
But what is the y'all?
Because we're all dancing, bro. You can't. You're like, I see blind and wrestler dancing shit. I gotta get it on this action too.
No. Just because I'm on the floor don't mean that I went and joined in with your little dance. I did want to dance. It just I didn't want to dance while holding hands or anything like that.
No,
But I will say it is an interesting factor that you haven't learned the dance yet. But then Resla did say, look, you haven't learned it. I'm going to show you. That is interesting. But then you're like, but now I want to hold your hip. And it's like, no, you don't get to hold.
Hey, by the way,
learn the dance first.
Penelope, I got no problem teaching you the moves. Maybe you can help blind.
Man, y'all both need to relax.
I got you. That's not a problem.
Uh,
Oh, it's dead. No wonder. What do you call it? But yeah, good shit, man. I don't
He said,
know.
you know what? You know, blind hits a song. Hit it on the party line. We gonna do it, do it, do it. Hitting on that wrestler slide. And then he hasn't found out yet. He just what it is. So I
Man,
got you.
you
I got you
you
now.
couldn't pull one of my chicks, wrestler. You could not pull
Ooh,
it.
okay.
Nah, I don't know. Honestly, don't know in real life. I don't know. I pull dimes though. Blind doesn't make my palms sweaty. Shut up. I
Oh,
swear. Bro,
I
I
will
worked
make
with
I will
another
make your
people.
palm sweaty, your temple sweaty, your cheeks sweaty, both cheeks sweaty. I will make
I'll make your cheeks bloody. How about that?
Oh, that sounds
Both of
intrusive.
y'all. Both of y'all playing like that. Don't play with me.
bro, my goodness.
Shit. I'm a
She
real
said
life.
she said she
Fuck the
preferred the
comic
villain.
books.
She prefers the villain.
Nah, y'all messing with my emotions, man. Cause
Said emotional damage.
I'm real life, bro. Like,
Emotional damage.
there's a clip.
It is.
But
It is.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, look. Here's the thing. You can do whatever you want in your little relationships, whether it's with your little pet rock or a dog or your girlfriend or whatever.
Not
But
the
that
pet
does
rock.
a rock was all I could get, dog.
Not the rock.
That's all I
saying
could
like
get.
there's a relationship that you build between yourself and others, right? And if you want to do things a certain way, that don't mean that I have to do a damn
Yeah,
thing.
you're right.
I don't even have to build a relationship at all.
Well, nobody has to do nothing.
Right. Right. So that's why when you say have to, or that,
If I
this is just
did,
what
if
it
I
is when it's couples and all
if
that.
I
That's like the
have
church
to,
leader. Look, hold on.
hold on.
That's
I
like
just want to make a caveat real quick. If I did, that isn't the way I normally speak. So like, I was just conversationally because I don't tell
okay.
people what they have to do.
That's no different than the church leader or the magistrate, same thing, whatever,
Same thing.
saying to you that you must perform this way in your relationship. There's no different. It really is no different than someone.
I don't
What you've
assume
done
that
at that
it was.
point. Hold on. What you've done at that point, especially when it comes to say your significant other, is you've actually brought someone else, a different person, into your bedroom.
Okay, thank you for all the irrelevant information, but
Hey,
So
Penelope, if you need me to bring you into my bedroom, just let me know.
hold on. Wait a minute. You're saying that it's irrelevant that I point out that certain people are willing to bring other people into their bedroom? They call that a cuckold.
Oh, hey, Penelope, blind don't have to watch. You can just come along. It's all right.
I'll be stabbing. How about that?
Right. I mean,
Hey,
imagine
blind don't have to be there. I don't need him to watch. I have an audience. I can get my stroke on all on my own.
imagine going up to the courthouse, right? And you see this guy and he's in a black robe, right? And your old lady's like, that's the guy that we need to ask permission.
Oh, that's
whether we can-"
funny. Brick, that is funny because I show up in my Sith robe every time. I bring out the lightsaber.
I'm
I
saying.
bring him to the dark side.
And then you
Every
bring him
time.
home and he goes into your bedroom and he says, look, here's the thing. I'm the guy in the black robe. You're going to be the guy in the chair.
I don't want to. What's your point?
My point is this. You don't need to ask permission from other people how to act in your relationship. I don't care how you, honestly, I don't care how you act in your relationship. And I would hope that you don't care whether I care how you act in your relationship.
Hey, Penelope, it's not that I don't like a crowd. I don't care if there's one in there or not. The problem with crowds is that they try to tell you what to do, and I'm like, I'm already doing what I'm doing. So either you're gonna sit back there and watch me do what I do, and that's it.
Wrestler would get laughed off the set.
He would not get laughed off the set because he'd be saying, "When am I gonna get a turn, Penelope? Why? Why are you liking it like that? Why? Why you cheating?
Why you liking it like that? Yeah.
Why?
Right. Okay, now that we visited Delusionville, salute.
Penelope, what? You said you liked it? You said you like it.
Now that we shared Resla's delusion, which would never happen, yeah, Brick, all that stuff about
You want it where, Penelope?
That's
Not there. I
crazy.
thought that was just for me. Penelope, you want it where?
Oh man, Resla gonna make me steal his girlfriend.
I mean, the thing is, right? So, like, it's your relationship. What the hell do you care whether I tell you how to act?
Hey, caffeine it. You got the jerk. Jerk set up. That's crazy.
Do you
But,
really? Do you really care what I believe you should do in your relationship?
I
Do you
don't.
really care?
I
Okay,
do.
then why do you believe that I would care what you believe I should do in my relationship?
I don't think that.
Hey,
But you
Penelope,
are literally you are saying that about the way you do your streams, which is wonderful.
you said you have
No,
limits. You said you have things in particular that you go for, blind. Just like
Understand.
Penelope said, she has limits, and I'm letting you know.
Shut
In
it.
every game that I play,
Look at
online and in
Brick.
real life, I'm a
Look.
limit breaker. I'm a limit breaker.
That's how you know Brick is just fucking just
I
crazy.
just want to let you know,
jacked
Penelope,
about,
I
'cause you're
limit
talking
break.
about
That's my
something
entire,
completely
whether
different.
online,
And Brick's
gaming, whatever, I'm a limit breaker.
Shut up.
Hold on. Do that move you just did again. What was that move you just did? Do that move again, blind.
No, I already did it like 3
No,
times.
do the move. Do the move.
That's
I don't
how
want to
you
clip
know.
it. I just want to see it again.
Restless But, you know, that's what I'm saying. See, bro, nobody could take my swag, so I'm locked in. I'm locked in. But what do you call it? Tell us more about it.
Hey, so Kev said he's backdoor. I mean backstage.
Okay. You hear this guy? You hear him?
Why
What he
did you do
said?
that? Blind, why did you do that, bro?
Bro, but
That
did
was
you hear what
crazy.
Wrestler just said about you?
No, I was just I read it wrong. I read it wrong in the chat. You know, small screens and shit. You know, small screens.
Bruh, you grab some shit up here, you grab some other shit up here, bruh. And then you got to like,
That's
you're
Brick.
not
bro.
riding a fucking chopper for, you did some crazy shit with
That's
that.
Brick. That's
That was
been
out.
Brick. Wrestlers over here saying some shit that's way out of line. It breaks over
No,
here.
no. Blind has been saying a whole lot of weird shit.
Weird
No.
shit.
Yeah.
Weird shit.
So,
Talking about he wants to have another dude in his bedroom.
Oh,
what the
shit.
fuck?
You said
And,
that?
and Penelope says she has no problem with him watching as I
What the
limit
fuck
break
is
her.
Penelope? What
Brick
the fuck
just
is
Penelope's in the
going
chat.
on, bro?
Hey, listen, she got no problem with blind watching as I limit break her.
Get off
That's
the
what she said.
As
Get
you
off the
lemon
gas.
break her? What the hell is
Limit
a
break
lemon
her.
break?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
limit
the
break.
limit breaker.
Brick just walked us through how
I have to be OP because she's used to standard, so I gotta OP her.
But everything is
Keep
everything,
your
you know?
fucking dick
Your ass
beater
off
off the
the
screen
channel,
right
bro.
now, wrestler. With your little OnlyFans
Yeah.
setup. I'm gonna really stop seeing on it.
You
Keep your
better see
goddamn
me in
dick
your
beater off the screen.
DMs. You'll be like, you talking to blind private? When did this start?
Oh shit. What the
Salute, fellas. What's going on, y'all?
What's up, Kev? Salute.
I'm gonna go grab a coffee while you catch up, bro. I'll be right back.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
Ah,
that's
man.
what
How's the
A
night
smut
going,
goblin.
man? What's going on? I missed apparently I missed something.
You missed a whole lot. He had a whole bunch of conversations. It's been a long night. I was sitting there wondering if I was gonna go live or not, but I saw Blind on that. We've been cooking ever since.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we touched on everything. Okay,
So
let's go back.
we gonna make this
I
his
bet
night.
you did touch on everything with the
Oh
whole
my
little
God.
handlebar situation. fool. I bet you did.
Yeah,
Oh
we
my
went there
God.
too, bro. We ain't proud.
I
of
literally,
it.
I was thinking about going live, but I didn't because I'm doing a whole bunch of setups. Actually, here's the funny part. Like you guys have been seeing my camera here. So my actual
This nigga with the
actual
hands,
camera's
okay.
here. But I'm working on my new setup, and I gotta pull a whole bunch of shit and everything. So I'm working on. I gotta.
You got a fire setup. You got a whole shitload of stuff.
I
Yeah,
do have a
that's good.
shitload of stuff. I got my office is a mess right now. I'm annoyed.
Alexa.
It's a mess.
Oh, my bad, fool. I'm sorry. I'm smoking on cam. My fault. fool.
So when I it's funny when I I was doing a whole bunch of stuff, and then Blind was he dropped a link for me, and I went awake. I was talking to my girl, and I came back, and I was like, "Oh shit, my camera's here. I'm gonna just leave it here."
Yeah, we had a serious conversation for a while at the beginning.
Yeah, I heard you. I popped in for a second, a little bit earlier. You know, when you was doing your monologue or whatever the case may be. You know, sound like you got some health shit going on.
Health?
Health.
You said health shit?
Yeah, health.
In what way? Like you saying I'm tripping?
Nah, yeah, I didn't say that. You said that. You was talking about your health and all the shit.
No, was it?
Yes, you were.
I said I daydream.
Exactly.
health
I didn't
thing?
say like physical health. I'm talking like mental health. fool.
Oh, get the fuck.
I don't even know when I'm dreaming or like daydreaming no more. I'm like, oh, he talking about mental health. And it is like a tail end of like men's mental health month and shit. So I understood it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm having like a midlife crisis or like a fat guy crisis.
How you're like what, 36?
37, 38, 37, 38.
So you think you only finna live to like 70, what, 77?
Nah, hell no, bro. I thought I was only gonna live to 25, so every
25.
every year after that's been a surprise. So
Yeah, okay.
Nah,
Like
when I
you was
was
a gangbanger, fool.
23, my dad was like 43. He was my age now. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna try to outlive you.
damn
I was definitely like, yeah, I'm gonna outlive you. He just started laughing.
shit.
Why? Why was he laughing at that?
The reason why I was laughing when I said I'm gonna outlive you is because at the time he was 43, Michael Jackson was also 43, and Michael Jackson died.
Michael Jackson was
I'm
dead.
sick of looking at your motherfucking palm, nigga.
You like the palms, you like the detail, nigga. You like the detail, nigga. Yeah, nigga.
Oh
Yeah.
hell no, hell no.
What is happening?
Bro, I walked away for like 2 seconds. Blind starts
Here's the
touching
funny
on
part.
everything.
Here's the thing, catch you understand. If my mouse is on the left side of my keyboard, maybe you have to worry, but my mouse on the right side of my keyboard, so I'll let you know.
Is this how you be doing shit? Like when you on stream, you really be talking with your hands like that?
I do.
I
I'm very
believe that,
expressive.
too.
Talking like a
should
New
just-
York.
you should
Just
start
like, when
another-
I be talking, even when I'm not on camera, and I have to like, oh, I'm doing air quotes. I literally talk and I do
Yeah.
air quotes. I literally do.
My nigga, you should do another. You should start up another channel where there's just this view right here, where you just snapping on shit.
Really?
Tez edition, I'm not on God in heaven for sure. You know, with all the hands and shit.
Hey, I went to a
For
theater
sure.
show one time. It
Whole
was,
show.
it was a theater show that these people did with just like a camera backlight. It was like hand puppets, but they did like a whole romantic show. God. It was just like that.
Like
You were
literally,
watching?
like right now, you
Romantic,
guys see my laptop, which I haven't really been messing with right now, and you see my other screen. But I've got usually if I'm playing a big content channel I'm looking at, I put it on my TV screen here, but I'm not watching anything on YouTube. So and then I got my other screen that's over here that you guys don't see. So
Oh, you got a.
and I'm
whole
looking to
nother
buy
TV
another
right there.
screen. So I got a lot going on.
Wait, turn that one on over there.
Over
Pause.
here? That's my
Yeah.
TV. And actually, if you see some of my old not videos, but old maybe videos too. I got like some old pictures, like on my Instagram, or whatever, that you'll see that this TV was the one that I had mounted using as my regular monitor.
Oh, okay, yeah. You used to mount your TV.
Yeah, I have to mount my TV as an actual monitor. I haven't watched anything on TV in a while, so it's just sitting blank. Actually, what I'll do is this. I'll show you guys real quick. This is the blind edition. So you'll see, I got screens, second screen. I got a third screen. That's my pure humidifier. But yeah, I have another monitor coming in because I have to replace the monitor. So right now I'm sitting with 3. I got to go back to 4. And then of course my new soft box. I used to have an old one, but now I have my new soft boxes that are here. So yeah.
Oh yeah,
Pretty
that's
Damn,
much it.
fire.
that's like a whole professional.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, I come from a production background, so I know if you go big or you go home.
you show
Wait,
your
so you running all that shit off the
control.
laptop?
No, no, I don't. No, my entire shit's running off a desktop. My desktop is
Oh,
actually
okay.
over here. My
Got you.
my laptop don't have anything connected.
Laptop's
Yeah,
just
it's
for
just
viewing.
secondary.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
my
I got you.
laptop views everything Wi-Fi. So like
Studio,
yeah,
everything you
with
got
the
going on, right?
so like I watch my laptop like if my connection is going crazy or let's just say I have a whole bunch of shit going on and I'm not paying attention to studio. I'll put my
Yeah.
studio up on my laptop so I can see what everybody's saying. Like I might respond to them on my desktop like I've been doing here. Like you'll see I've been talking to people here.
Yep,
Um
yep.
so that would be my whole chat coming up when and then I'll run everything else off my desktop here. But and usually I would have another one that would be sitting up on top, but I don't. And then like if I have special notes or things I have to pay attention to on my like I have questions on stuff I want to talk about for my stream, I'll put it up on my teleprompter so I can know like, oh, I'm supposed to be talking about this, I'm supposed to be talking about that, I'm supposed to be talking about this. But outside of that, I wing everything. So
I liked how you did the stream yesterday, where you actually put your sub categories up. That was
So
really
I've
smart.
been wanting to do that for a very, very long time. That was literally me trying out a new, different system. So that's why you guys got to see it. But I've been wanting to do that for a very long time. It puts a lot of stress on my current system, and I've been thinking about if I want to buy a whole separate, or not buy, but build a whole separate PC for it, so I can have that. Because right now
Right.
I'm running off, but really I'm really running off of one PC. Keep in mind, great system that I set up, whole
Yeah.
lot of space and everything. But with my externals and everything else, like here's the thing. Me personally, this is just me being finicky because I don't have enough space on my motherboard or anything else. I have a
Mhm.
problem with me pulling information from external drives. It annoys me. If it's not on my system, I have a problem with me pulling
What
stuff from
kind
my
of
external
data
drive.
are you mining, dog?
Yeah, I can't tell you that. I do a lot. To keep in mind, this has to do with not just online shit content, but I also do work shit. So there's a lot I'm pulling. I'm pulling a lot of shit.
Yeah, always moving stuff.
I'm always exactly.
What a pain
Exactly.
in
I'm
that.
always
But
doing
you know what?
something.
It's worth it. No, I would say like bro, the actual what do they call them, servers,
Oh,
right?
hold up. Wait. Good night, Penelope. Sleep good. My bad. Go ahead.
Hey, knife penalty.
Fuck up.
Dream well about me.
Fuck up.
I mean Bob Line. I mean
Good night,
Damn.
wrestler. Fuck out of here.
Oh, shit. You're a hater, boy. That's crazy.
Damn.
Ain't no nigga coming up on my motherfucking stream with better looking hands than me. That's holler at my bitches. That's what you're not doing.
you know what? You know what?
You're
You're
a
absolutely right.
hater.
Let me make sure the hands a little better. Let me
You asked for it, kid.
No, I didn't. I made a jokey joke. God damn, niggas. What the fuck wrong with y'all?
Oh my god! Let me make sure them hands is nice and good for you, Kev. Like you make sure, like yeah, like you gotta get the interlockings to the interlocker to it. Yeah,
Oh,
is that good enough for you, Kev?
I'm
That
finna go to
good enough
flow
for you, Kev?
station. This is crazy, fool. What the fuck?
Yeah, I was gonna say the solid state drives for the servers, the docking ports
Yeah.
and all that. It's
I got a lot of solid state drives, and
There's-
I got a
they're
lot more.
starting to get a whole lot less expensive than they used to be, man.
Oh, absolutely. And I have a whole
Yeah,
new
for
like
sure.
so for instance, like you guys you didn't see this, but I got like this right here that I've been using. So it's like a
Mhm.
portable document, but I'm gonna add this to it. So
Yep.
I get
What
more
is
out
it?
of it.
Oh hell yeah, those
Oh
things
yeah,
are
I got me
fire,
one of them
dog.
too.
So the current one that I'm using has 5 ports, and then I have a whole bunch of actual like plugins that I use to charge stuff. Like
How
let me
many
just show
do
you.
you are you
So
using this one?
damn, you hold up, you can't see it. Let me get my oh no, you can see it now. Let me just do this. So you'll see, like I use that.
Hey, you gotta
Um,
start a fucking fire, fool.
Yeah.
no, well, when I tell you underneath this desk, it is an industrial surge protector. It ain't going that easy. So I got a whole bunch of shit here, but I'm about to replace it probably tomorrow with this. I just bought a whole new Anchor because I don't really use these as much as I would like to. So I'm just gonna switch it all to USB.
What the fuck are you running, fool?
Hey, don't you worry about that. Don't pocket watch me. Don't you fucking pocket watch me.
Build it.
Man, fool,
Cause you
you ain't
pocket
see him
watch
rub
me.
that goddamn lotion on his hands on stream. What the fuck you think you
Hey,
doing? God
hey,
damn.
hey, listen. Hey, you keep it up, Kev. I'm gonna chase you off. I'm gonna show you my loop collection. That you fucking do it. Yeah, you
Nigga,
stay
better-
quiet.
Better I get up out of here. Later.
Penny said to bring that whip for science.
He said late
Exactly.
Lord.
I knew what the fuck
That's
you doing.
funny. Oh man.
You are out of control, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
But like most people don't, actually, this is the funny part. Like you're Brian, you're the only one. You're the only one I've ever streamed that they see more of the quote back end of my business. I got
Oh.
this is my this is my business phone. My regular phone is what I called my girl on earlier. You get to see my studio mic. Then you see my actual mixer. Then you see most people have a stream deck. I'm probably gonna buy one, but this is my loop deck instead of my stream deck.
What is that?
It's a loop deck.
What is
Okay.
it? What is
I
it?
thought
It's
it
not
was
a-
a stream deck. Yeah.
No, it's not a stream deck. It's a loop deck. So it's got like
Mhm.
instead of like the few like I've got several, and then I got multiple buttons for multiple
What is
setups.
it? Though? What is it saying on
Yeah.
there? What does it do?
It's a
Oh,
mixer.
like
Yeah,
I have a lot of setups.
transition. all
Yeah,
kind
new
of shit.
transitions, buttons, sound effects, all kind of shit.
Mhm.
I have more shit not set up than I do have set up. Like most of the stuff that I work on is within the first 2 pages, but I've got like
Well, teach
I
me
can-
about that shit, cause I've been
Bro, you
wondering.
just go online on YouTube and learn that shit. What are you talking about?
or we could talk about you breaking some bread because this shit cost me
Yeah.
to do fucking
Yeah,
hours
it
to
ain't
learn
easy
this.
to learn
Ask
all
me
that
what
shit.
the fuck
Yeah.
it is, cause it looks like a phone.
It
You
well,
think
you can.
you think that this looks like a phone?
I mean,
Well,
I
they do
don't
have
know.
like if you use what is it, Stream Labs, I want to say there is like a
I'm not even
there's like
using
a stream
Streamlabs.
deck.
I'm not even streaming. I'm using the software. I'm not using Streamlabs.
No. I'm
Oh.
just saying there is like a Streamlab. You know what I mean? There is if you utilize Streamlabs or whatever the case may be, there is a Stream Deck that you can get on your phone that's like does the same thing.
So I'm thinking about having the loop deck, and I'm gonna buy a stream deck. So it's probably gonna be
Yeah.
on the other side of this, and I'm gonna. It's a lot right now going into it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I've had my second camera for about almost 2 weeks. I got other shit going on. I got to worry about when I travel because I have my
Oh yeah, that travel pack.
definitely. Now you're reminding me. I haven't seen it in about a week that I walked away from it.
My shit been going stupid, bro. Like I want to say like 3 weeks. No, it's probably a little more than that. It's probably like a month and a half ago. I got an OBS update, and ever since that point in time, bro, I get you know when you go in and you select what is it for your audio preference? It's what is it? Something. You mute like mute something. What the fuck is it called? Hold on, give me 1 second.
So, yeah, I plan on doing a little bit more when it comes to like not just regular streaming, but also like IRL streaming. So I just bought me like the DJI Mini.
What is it?
Oh,
yeah.
So I plan on doing a little bit more when I'm out in the streets as well.
I have
There's
no
a
idea.
lot. There's a lot coming up for the second half of this year. And again, the reason I do a lot, again, I started out doing photography work and video work, and then eventually into production. And
Clearly.
now I plan on doing a lot more because I am trying to become more of a content creator. But yeah,
yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a
No,
lot
the
of
more you step your
people-
shit up too, like yeah, the better it looks, the better Better,
And,
yeah, see,
Kev, you weren't here
more
early, but like
engagement.
I was saying, like you have this camera that I'm hearing here. It's my new camera. But my secondary camera is the one I'm not working on because I'm working on some projects on my new camera. But I'm trying to fix some things up in it.
Yeah, I could definitely tell you got another camera for
Yeah.
sure. You know,
It's going to go into a whole new system for a whole new layout for a whole new show and shit that I'm working on.
okay, my
It's
nigga,
just a lot of work.
elevation for sure. You know,
Yeah.
We would
no,
just
but I
know where
had
to go
some issues,
forward.
bro. Actually, let me ask you a question. So, like with my
Yep.
OBS, like I said, I got an update like a month and a half ago, right? And
Okay.
I've been using OBS for I don't know 5, damn near 6 years now.
Okay.
And when I go into the monitor only mute output, you know,
Okay.
I'm still getting double audio, bro. So through my Focusrite or through my interface, you know. Turn
Oh,
the
your
toggle.
Focusrite. Shit, I got
Yeah.
rid of that shit like a couple of months ago.
I'm thinking, I'm like, I don't know if it's the interface or
So,
if it's the
well,
fucking, I don't know, but I re-downloaded Streamlabs and it's the same thing on that, but I don't
hard to
have any
say.
problems like here on fucking StreamYards. So I'm
It's
like,
hard to
dude, I
say.
don't
I had. Here's the truth of the matter. Ooh, I don't want to say too much because I'm kind of holding it as a safeguarded secret for me right now. The problem that I've had for so long now has been StreamYard.
I haven't.
I have. A lot of the audio feedback, echoing shit I've gone through for so long has been StreamYard.
It's not double audio like if I'm playing audio or like listening to somebody. It's my own. It's like the monitor.
Your
for
microphone.
vocal. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, a lot of the problems I've had vocally has been StreamYard only. And
Yeah.
I've used a different program. I've tested it a couple of times, and so far it plays so much better. And I haven't. The first time, actually, my last stream was the first time I actually tested it, and I didn't expect to do a whole bunch of shit. So there's so much more I need to test because I've never gone live with it testing. I just did it for the hell of doing it, and it was like a whole big test thing for me because Rick, you were there for it. Like I had the whole StreamYard room because I didn't have a whole room set up for the new program. Like it was a whole lot of shit
whole
going
new
on.
window and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. So like even everybody who was sitting in my StreamYard that everybody can hear in my chat, the people sitting in my StreamYard could not see the chat at all. You know, like there was a whole bunch of stuff that I was doing because I was still trying to set up the new area. And the only person who really hounded me for information was like James, who I've sent him a couple of things, but I said like, you gotta do what you gotta do. Until I get my shit set it up, I can't really give you any advice.
Yeah. I don't blame you for that.
I don't want to give people advice about something I'm still testing on myself.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, StreamYard has its purpose, you know?
Hey, how long have I been shitting on StreamYard personally? Because I've been told a lot of y'all people, if StreamYard goes away, a lot of y'all gonna be, SOL and JWF.
Yeah, it's just 'cause
That is shit out of luck and jolly well fucked.
it's the easiest to you just turn it on.
Hey, can I tell you a secret?
It's passenger friendly.
Can I tell you a secret? It's not actually the easiest at all.
No, it's not.
What do you mean?
No, it's not. It's not the easiest. It
There's
is the
no-
most
user friendly, like
no,
user
it is
friendly wise.
It is the most. It is not the easiest. It is the most known.
It's zero effort at all.
It's like riding on Southwest Airline.
I mean, there's a couple other, and I'm pretty
I
sure
love it.
know
I love
what
it.
you
Hey, great way that you said it. You said Southwest Airline, right? I'm
Yes.
showing you. I'm gonna show you Spirit.
Yeah, exactly. But you got to
Easier
test
than
it out first. Exactly.
Easier than that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Easier than StreamYard.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool. There's a lot of dope shit. With
not just easier, but better.
And better.
Shit, where's it at? Run it.
I'm not saying it publicly because people who watch or people whatever, you know what they're gonna do? They're all gonna jump to it. and they're gonna flood the market, and they're gonna fuck it up for people who are starting out early.
Right.
Cut this.
See, I'm a businessman. I don't just say shit openly so people can turn around and fuck it up for me before I get it all perfect.
Already did.
No, I did not.
You ain't
Which
said
is why
shit.
I'm telling you, no.
So what is it then, Blind? He said it. What is it, Blind? Hold on.
No, don't say no fucking bag chat, nigga. What? What?
Bro, I listen, bro. Something y'all don't do.
No, I know you listen, which is why I know you didn't hear it from me because I still have not said it.
Look in the back.
That's what you
Nope.
said.
Nope. Spirit isn't an airline, sir. That's an airline.
Oh my god.
What the?
Nigga,
Oh my
what the
It's an
fuck?
airline,
That's
sir.
that mental health shit I was talking about
Man,
earlier,
y'all
fool.
don't
I be concerned about you, bro.
Y'all didn't know that
My
either.
nigga.
Brick and
How about
Kev didn't know
Spirit?
that.
Bro, you
shit.
gotta listen to Kev for a sec. You gotta listen to Kev. He's
That's
concerned.
funny.
about
That
you, bro.
was
You got
funny.
some things going on, and you need to
Look in
listen.
the back
That
chat.
was funny as hell.
Look in the back chat. Like, you
That
already
was
done
funny.
said
I'm not
that.
even going to lie, Blind. That was funny.
I don't
Look
have
in
a
the back
secret
chat.
agent project. I don't have none of that special super secret shit. So I don't know.
That was funny. I'm not even going to lie.
Definitely don't know, my nigga. God damn.
I'm guessing a lot.
That nigga said Southwest. He like made a couple other like airline references.
No, but
Before
his
he said
exact
Spirit.
words were he made like the references to Southwest and then goes.
No. Someone else said Southwest, and I said Spirit.
No, hold on. I'll tell you exactly what you said. You said, "Now I'm gonna show you Spirit." And then
Exactly.
Because
Yes.
What's up with
someone-
that? What's up with that? Avatar? Let's talk about this
someone
nigga
mentioned
Avatar real quick.
Southwest.
Hold on. What's up with this nigga? What's up with this motherfucking Avatar,
Man,
fool?
it's the only
What-
picture I had,
what the
fool.
What were you
What
doing?
you mean only? You have a
what's the-
camera.
What the fuck? You got your phone
Yeah,
like,
but,
like this, motherfucker? Like,
It was the only picture
What
I
are
had
you
saved
doing?
when I
But the
Saved for
picture
what,
is the
Bumble?
thing. What the hell, bro? Come on.
that is pause. That is a
Did
pause.
you have
that
picture.
saved for
You got
Bumble?
on-
Real, you ain't lying, bro.
Goddamn,
that was
That's
from Facebook.
sick, fool.
Bro, if you ever
That's for Facebook. I don't give a
photography,
fuck. Where's
Well, what's
bro?
up?
That's pause.
Okay, y'all
And
teach
I'm
me
not-
how to take a picture. How do I
Look,
take a
This
picture
is
from now
sick,
on?
fool.
So the dude,
You
the dude's
sick
supposed
nigga,
to take
bro.
when
How
the
do I
dude
take
takes
a
the
picture
picture.
from now on?
It's supposed to be from underneath, looking up.
Uh,
No, for real,
bro got
for
the
real, for real.
MySpace
Oh,
post. This is all
shit.
fucking Tom from
Oh,
MySpace post.
Yeah, when you take a picture of the female, right? That's from above.
They're like,
Oh,
look at my
what the
tattoos,
fuck?
my
And the reason
crevices.
why they do that, by the way, Blind, is to make themselves look smaller.
Yeah,
You
so
gotta make
they're
Right.
not
yourself
looking
look smaller.
fat.
You
Man,
gotta make
supposed to
yourself
make
look
himself
small.
look
petite.
big.
What the fuck?
Yeah, bro.
You might as well did the duck lips, nigga.
Yeah,
You want to
bro,
be
with the
small
duck
and
lips
petite with the
on.
duck lips?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Hey,
didn't. Hey, look.
let me know. Let me
fuck?
It's
listen.
excusable if you didn't know,
Blind,
but you
let me
should have
know.
known.
Let me know if you're looking for a
Yes.
big, tall man to fucking take care of you.
Yeah, go ahead,
Right.
smoke your
Y'all
cigarette,
out of
fool.
control,
God
bro.
It's
damn.
unnatural.
Brick said,
It's unnatural.
Let me know if you need a big, strong man to take care of you.
Because when you got
oh,
to consider the
shit.
person
But
who's looking at you.
Big strong man. I'm out of here, y'all. What the fuck?
Brother, damn.
Bro, they've been hitting on me all night, bro.
Oh no, who's hitting on you? Who's hitting on you? That's a lie. That is a lie, sir.
Okay,
That
I
is a lie.
misinterpreted what a bit
Oh,
was.
you absolutely did.
Me means.
You absolutely did. No, nobody did it here. That's for fucking sure. That is
Brick
great. That was
said the man's picture is supposed to be taken from underneath.
yeah.
Facts,
To make him look tall, not above to make him look short.
Yeah. Bro,
He's not wrong.
you didn't know that? I mean, it's excusable if you didn't, but you should
He's
have.
not
I
wrong.
didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
The women take their picture from above to make them look small, so that
Yeah.
men will look for them. And you
Legit.
you take your pictures from below to look tall, so that therefore they are appealing to you.
Yeah, bro. You want to show your chest.
Which falls into an earlier conversation. I don't know why you're talking to other people about how they should be looking at women and how they should treat women when you don't understand how they think.
Legit, bro. Look,
Y'all
I-
right.
I ain't gonna tell you to go there, but if you want to, you can go to my IG and you can look
Go to my IG.
at the picture on my profile.
Happening, bro? Hold on, dog, because y'all ain't
And
hitting on me. But what the fuck is happening right now?
No, I'm serious, bro. Like, if you
Just
want to
give
understand
away.
photography a little bit, at least a little bit, I'm an amateur, right, in the
Hey,
field.
again, I've been at wedding shoots. I've been in freaking maternity. I've done
But hold on,
corporate
hold on.
shots.
That's
Like,
what Kev was about to tell us about his pickup artist.
well, Kev is gone. Kev
I'm
said
not
it's too
Kev,
weird for me.
Brick, you're an amateur what? Brick pickup artist?
He said photographer.
Oh, you
In
said
the-
photographer?
In the field of photography, I would be considered an amateur.
Oh, what is that?
But at least I know some techniques, right?
And the sad part about it is that as a photographer, you're absolutely a pickup artist.
That is true. That is
You are
fact, bro.
Because if you ever been on your own, not in an agency, and you're trying to get pics for free, you absolutely have to become a pickup artist to get these women to fucking take pictures.
No, you're probably a predator on the
Take
cool
the,
shit.
take
You
the
know what's
pic.
funny
to
about-
get the
wait,
pic.
here's the funny part about what he said. You're probably a predator. Name the difference.
I mean, y'all-
Name the difference. You have to have a mouthpiece.
I mean,
Hey,
Bro, I ain't
hey,
gonna lie. I had
blind.
to open
You
it
need,
up, bro.
blind.
Open
You need
that
to have a
profile.
mouthpiece, not just a mustache. A mustache won't do it alone.
it does like 90% of the heavy
No,
lifting.
it doesn't. It doesn't. You're a liar.
It does a lot of the lifting, dog.
It really doesn't. Like, in New York, that is not something that is fucking. That is not something that is pretty much original. It's not.
It's not original at all. Burt Reynolds had it. Fucking
Nigga, did you just compare yourself to old ass Burt Reynolds?
bro, you know how much poontang Burt Reynolds slayed, dog.
Are you trying to get that hairy pussy? You trying to go after Farrah Fawcett? That's how old it is.
Farrah Fawcett, I'm knocking her down, bro.
Jesus Christ! How about chicks of your age?
Nah, I don't fuck with chicks my age.
Oh, so in other words, you only want chicks in nursing homes? I got you. You want them? Oh, he wants them AARP pussies.
No,
I got you, my guy.
But some chicks that are like Penelope's young, she's in her 20s, and she caught my attention. So
You don't
like,
want Penelope. You just said you want them old, hairy ass, gray hair, fucking vaginas. That's what you just said right now.
no,
That's
Down
what
in the
you
booty.
just said, sir. You want the old kinky hair, fucking vaginas. You like the silver, like, we say silver foxes for men. You want the silver vaginas. You want the silverbacks for the women.
just we're bags down. This is fucking out of control.
You want the silverbacks and the silver bangs. You want the silverbacks and silver bangs.
I ain't gonna lie.
Look back.
Blind, you did this to yourself.
Blind said he only wants golden girls.
Y'all are crazy.
He only-
look, y'all got Penelope to leave me already.
Yeah, Penelope's going. He only want golden girls. He want the bitches. Thank you for being a friend.
Tell the world.
Back and down and back and forth, my asshole again. My heart is true. Thank you, blind. You're a confidant.
Fuck.
And if you went for pussy, and
Oh,
if there was somebody you would know, it would be that blind is that meant to be. And the rest of the home would say, thank you for being a friend.
Hell yeah.
That's your new theme song, blind. Thank you for being a friend.
Y'all are
Back and forth through that asshole again.
What is happening? No, I rebuke that.
Rebuke it.
Yes, I rebuke it. But
You trying to get the listen? I'm not gonna knock you. You trying to get the AARP card? I get it. You trying to get the benefits? I get it. I'm not knocking you for going for the Golden Girls. I get it.
no, look,
They
'cause
need love
check it out.
too.
Look, Penelope proves my point. I love all females, but if I try to date a chick that's younger, they usually will get me, bro. I'm a crash out. I'm a crash out by heart, dog. If you see me behaving in a good way, it's because I'm trying real hard. Like I'm the definition of a crash out. So Penelope just get me in a wreck.
I hear you. And if you knew mature bodies like blind who never, ever, never knew, you would see.
Hey, how can you tell whether blind is dating a chick or not? Depends.
Oh, damn. God damn.
You're fucking serious.
Depends. With wings.
Oh, shit.
Carry them off.
Anyways, I need a snack.
No, that's what they said when they pulled you up. I need a snack.
Oh, you calling me a snack?
That's what they said.
I'm a
That's the last
snack.
snack they had.
I am a snack. Wrestling ain't even lying, especially with the mustache. But either way, I just gotta call it a day, guys. Thank y'all. I have fended off y'all's ruthlessly hitting on me.
I
They
ain't never
sit
hit
here-
on you. What you
They
talking
sit
about?
here writing on their last willing testimony, talking about blind. Thank you for being a friend.
Okay, on that note though, I gotta call it, man. Salute to y'all. Thank y'all for joining me, guys, on the panel. Chat, I love y'all. Penelope, I especially love you. And yes, you know I crashed out my whole channel for you, so we know what it is. But any last words, guys?
No. Appreciate you having us up. Or
See you later, Brick. See you later, wrestler. Peace. All right, guys. Salute to y'all. Remember, always and forever, guys. There's your side, there's her side, and there's the blind side. Blind side news. Y'all be good. I'm out of here. Peace, suckers.